Chapter 1100. When second last received the news, Jiang Shao and the blind lady were resting against a big tree in the alien sphere. It was still drizzling in the sky, and the conditions were extremely harsh in such a cold environment. The blind lady leaned against the tree and silently sensed the abnormalities in Jiang Zhao's body. Finally, Jiang Shao searched all over Beijiang and found 1,000 white ghoul witch star beads. Jiang Shao had held back. At this moment, there were thousands of white ghoul witches in Jiang Zhao's world of the shadow of calamity in Beijiang. Although there seemed to be a large number of them, they were kindling. Although the Star Advent team had left most of the areas around Jiangbin City untouched, they had to avoid any accidents. Jiang Shao didn't want the white ghoul witches to go extinct. If Jiang Shao hadn't discovered that he was about to leave Beijiang, he would have thrown the last dozen white ghoul witches in the area into the shadow of calamity. After leaving Beijiang, there were also snowfield creatures in Zhongji and Liaodong, but there were very few of them. After Jiang Shao absorbed the last white ghoul witch star bead, he received some exciting news from the internal star map. Blessing upgrade. Candlelight quality. Decoy upgrade. Candlelight quality. Jiang Shao spat out a wisp of white mist and reached out to rub his cold, wet, and smooth face. He then looked at the introduction of the star technique. The introduction of candlelight blessing remained the same. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and extended his hand with his palm facing up. All of a sudden, a ray of white light lit up at his palm. The pure white beam of light shot straight into the sky and tore the dark clouds apart. Right above his head, the dark sea of clouds was quickly stained by the white light. Unfortunately, the blind lady couldn't observe such a shocking phenomenon with her naked eyes. Slowly, the drizzle was mixed with a white rain of light. The specks of light fell like lines, staining people's bodies and nourishing their hearts. The blind lady let out an intoxicating moan and looked rather lazy. Despite being in such a cold environment, she actually felt warm all over. "It's amazing," the blind lady said softly, her voice still calm, but there was a hint of lethargy in it. There was finally a trace of humanity in the words of this fairy-like woman. Jiang Shao looked up at the white pillar of light and said, "When I was at the previous grade, I could already do this." After advancing, with a thought, Jiang Shao deliberately manipulated the white pillar of light to shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the sea of clouds that had been dyed by the pillar of light returned to the color of dark clouds. The beam of light in Jiang Zhao's hand became shorter and shorter as it continuously descended from the sky. Finally, it stopped tens of centimeters above their heads. Jiang Shao was a little confused. He was the only one who knew that he was holding a beam of blessing in his hand. If it were anyone else, they would probably think that Jiang Shao was holding a light sword in his hand. As the beam of light in Jiang Zhao's hand was reduced to about a meter long, layers of white light at the top of the beam of light drifted away like a faint cloud. Then, Jiang Shao seemed to be holding a special umbrella that did not block the rain at all. Above his head, the white clouds spread out and continuously poured a rain of light that landed on his head and shoulders, warming his body and nourishing his mind. Controllable range? Highly controllable? It has changed from a large-scale and group star technique to a single-target star technique. It has changed from the boundless and unbridled sea of blessing clouds to a small cloud of blessing. Jiang Shao thought of something, and the beam of light in his hand became longer by a meter. The white clouds that drifted away also expanded and enveloped the two of them. Amidst the rain of blessing, the vitality of the two of them slowly increased. It was neither too fast nor too slow, and it was silent. However, it didn't seem to match the temperament of the toxic healer. Jiang Shao seemed to be experiencing something carefully, and his expression suddenly became peculiar. The blind lady acutely sensed that there was something wrong with Jiang Zhao's expression and asked, "What's the matter?" However, Jiang Shao made up his mind, and the beam of light in his hand suddenly became denser. The length and thickness did not change, but the output rate of the light of blessing was clearly increasing rapidly. The thin clouds above their heads also began to surge. The rain of stars gradually turned into a heavy rain, a torrential rain, and finally a downpour. Seeing that something was amiss, The blind lady hurriedly flew back. Amidst the small blessing rain that was like a waterfall, Jiang Zhao's strange, throaty voice could be heard coming from the waterfall. The blind lady stood quietly far away from the waterfall. When the blessed waterfall disappeared, Jiang Zhao was already lying dead. In front of her, the blind lady was speechless. She admired Jiang Zhao's experimental spirit. After waiting for a while, she floated over and gently kicked Jiang Zhao's ankle with her foot. "Wake up!" "Huh?" Jiang Zhao's eyes were blurry and his face was flushed. He looked at the person in front of him with a bewildered expression, seemingly still in a daze. He clicked his tongue and sighed. "Wow, fairy sister, why are you still blind?" The blind lady was dumbfounded. The blind lady wasn't sure if Jiang Zhao had fainted from his own blessing or if he was just being sarcastic. The blind lady's palm reached out from the wide cloak, and bits of star power gathered and formed a soul whip. The blind lady did not lash it, and simply weighed it casually before placing the illusory soul whip on Jiang Zhao's chest. After a few seconds, Jiang Zhao, who was in a daze, finally moved a little. He abruptly woke up, rolled backward, stood up, and glared at the blind lady with a menacing expression. "What are you doing?" The blind lady frowned slightly. This soul lashing, that was enough to make one tremble, finally made Jiang Zhao have some normal reactions after coming from the level, for below the stars in Damning Dynasty. She could tell that he didn't mean to be sarcastic just now, but he had subconsciously said what was on his mind while he was in a daze. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a reaction only after being eroded by the whip for a few seconds. The side effects of the blessing were indeed very strong, so much so that the soul whip, a high-quality star technique that could shock souls, required several seconds to get rid of the residual power of the blessing. What was especially noteworthy was that the soul whip star technique got rid of the residual power of the blessing. If Jiang Zhao had been holding onto the umbrella of the blessing rain, would he be immune to soul damage? "You put away your whip." "Ouch. Even my sister hasn't used it before." Jiang Zhao was stumped. Little Jiang Xue seemed to have really used it before. She had the flame torch whip star technique, and she had also used it to help Jiang Zhao get out of danger before Jiang Zhao could teleport. The blind lady loosened her grip, and the soul whip fell onto the wet and snowy ground, shattering into specks of starlight that dissipated in the air. If he wasn't being sarcastic and was just lamenting from the bottom of his heart, does he actually have such an image of me in his heart? Well, that's acceptable, the blind lady thought to herself, and floated back a few meters. She then changed the topic and said, "Where's the bait?" Jiang Zhao also understood that she should be using this method to wake him up. However, Jiang Zhao wasn't willing to accept this. He muttered, "Just this once. Don't do it again. Don't I want my pride? I'll just lie down and sleep, but you're guarding me. Don't you know how tired Captain is?" "Okay." The blind lady nodded gently. Her sudden obedience made Jiang Zhao very puzzled, and he wondered, has this girl found her conscience? Jiang Zhao shook his head and got rid of his messy thoughts. He then looked at the internal star map again. Although the introduction of candlelight blessing did not change much, the changes to candlelight decoy were clearly visible, which made Jiang Zhao even more elated. Candlelight, decoy, create a decoy. 3/6. Oh my god, there's really only 3 more decoy. The previous candlelight, earthly light, gave Jiang Zhao an additional 3 star maps that he could create. 6 decoy and 6 star maps. Jiang Zhao was extremely excited. Putting aside the star technique combination of the 3 decoy, he decided to at least consider it. With 1 more decoy, Jiang Zhao would have 1 more person who could operate the mecha. It was a profitable deal. Jiang Zhao only had to summon the sea-devouring soul star map as the decoy. The decoy only had 9 star slots, and the success rate of absorbing star techniques was very low. Besides, it could not be upgraded. The 9-star decoy was, of course, not as strong as Bayes, Martha, and the leader of the Fairy Flower, Chui Kelly, who had 28 or 9-star slots. It was worth it just to have 1 decoy operate a mecha. Besides, Jiang Zhao had already grasped the trick of operating a mecha. The decoy no longer had to lie down and sit down, and operate the mecha wholeheartedly. For example, while Jiang Shou was controlling Bays, he could also move normally. A living example was right in front of him. Jiang Shou built a tree house for the white birch forest, cleaned the stone villa every day, and cooked for everyone. All of that was a piece of cake. Apart from being unable to support the hardcore dual battles, Jiang Shou was in a state of freedom of movement for everything else. Of course, the so-called unable to support referred to the fact that he could not support technically. If he really wanted to operate and fight on two fronts, he would be able to go all out. Jiang Shou and Bays could also participate in the battle at the same time, but the outcome, it definitely wouldn't be good. There might be a situation where one of them would hack at any time. The relationship between the main body and the decoy was that they had multiple bodies and multiple brains. Their senses were interconnected, but they were relatively independent and had their own independent thinking and combat abilities. The relationship between the decoy star map and the puppet mecha was purely one of control, which was much more difficult than fighting left and right. Besides, controlling a living mecha was also more difficult than controlling other clones, such as Martha's 3 water clones. When Jiang Shou fought with Martha's body, he could easily control his 3 water clones, allowing the 4 Marthas to fight together seamlessly. Although the external form was the same, and they were all controlling the body, the essence was different. Martha's water clone was her own star technique, and she controlled her own water clone. However, Jiang Shou's control of Bays was like turning a star into a weapon and controlling the body of another person. This technique was more advanced, complicated, and difficult to distract the user. The two had the same external performance, but there was a qualitative difference between them. Now that there was an extra decoy, Jiang Shou could be considered to have been freed. That way, it would ensure that each person had one mecha and increase their chances of survival, freeing up the stronger Star Warriors to join the Star Advent team. The decoy could also guard a place in the Calamity Shadow world. In the White Birch Forest, Yigu Pagoda, Ice Prayer Forest, and more Star Beast forces, he could use Jiang Zhao's identity to teach or manage the tribe to increase his prestige. Killing many birds with one stone. The more Jiang Shou thought about it, the happier he was. If one day he really had the bodies of 6 Star Transformation members, Jiang Tu and Jiang Sun would stay in the Calamity Shadow world and be the 6 Castellans to maintain stability. Jiang Shou would just wander around the world with the 6 star mechas that could destroy heaven and earth. Hitting a child on a rainy day. Since I have nothing better to do, I might as well play. Chapter 1101. Jiang Shou thought about it and came up with an idea. His body immediately transformed. Zhongji Land was right in front of him. Once he entered, he would be in the arsenal. There were savages and ape ghouls everywhere. The lava ghouls would only appear in the volcanic area. Jiang Shou disguised himself as a lava ghoul, and summoned a decoy. A river ghoul, which also appeared beside him. Jiang Shou was overjoyed and his body transformed again, turning into an ape ghoul king. In this form, Jiang Shou summoned another decoy, and a huge river ape king appeared beside him. Perfect! Jiang Shou exclaimed excitedly and transformed into a tall savage sorcerer. At the same time, he summoned another decoy. The blind lady frowned slightly and carefully sensed everything around her. Clearly, after Jiang Zhao's successive actions, the team had been replaced. There were now 3 more big shots in the original team of 2. Lava Ghoul Witch, Ape Ghoul King, and Savage Sorcerer. Jiang Shou activated his secondary star technique and quickly transformed back into his original form. On the field, the 3 elders of the 3 races still maintained their large bodies and star beasts. While they were still carrying out the mission in the 3 northern provinces, he decided to quickly use the decoy and enjoy the feeling of being suppressed. After leaving the 3 northern regions, regardless of whether they were heading west or south, the astral beasts were all platinum rank and above. Most of them were diamond rank, and there were even astral rank beasts. That was not something that a transformed bait could command. He had to take advantage of the current situation. Jiang Shou turned to look at the blind lady excitedly and said, "Continue to split into groups." Multiple lines? The blind lady asked, "How many lines?" Jiang Shao said, "My humming whale also has a large-scale sensing star technique that allows it to scan through sound. My real body will bring the river Ape King to search for the arsenal. I'll let the humming whale accompany the river Ape King to the volcanic area to look for the lava ghouls." Jiang Shao then quickly made some adjustments. The final lineup of the three decoy was 2 lava ghoul witches and 1 ape ghoul king. Jiang Shao said, "The humming whale will accompany the 2 lava ghoul witches to search for the volcanic terrain. I could transform myself and bring the river Ape King to the arsenal. Which team will you choose?" Jiang Shao smiled and said, "If I'm with the humming whale, there won't be such bad weather. I won't have to be drenched by the icy rain. Its senses don't require rain." Blind Lady said, "I'll follow you. There are more arsenals in Zhongji province, and the difficulty of the mission will be higher." Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "You'd better accompany them. I'm strong enough." The blind lady said faintly, "Many people died like this." Seemingly afraid that Jiang Shao wouldn't understand, she added, conceited, "Jiang Shao." In less than 10 days, Jiang Zhao's strength had skyrocketed. All of his star techniques originated from Beijiang, and he was improving them to the candle moon quality. He had just left the snowfield, and now he was back in the armory. Jiang Shao was very clear about the savages. The white birch forest was the white birch forest. Jiang Shao did not hesitate to kill the savages outside the white birch forest who were uncivilized and feasting on raw meat. To be exact, he only targeted the witches. After all, Jiang Zhao's star techniques, nostalgia and dawn, originated from the savage sorceress star beads. The savage sorceress was originally of the platinum quality, and after 1 level, it would become a diamond quality star bead. Only 10 star beads were needed to upgrade Jiang Zhao's nostalgia and dawn star techniques to the star quality. With another 100 star beads, they would be upgraded to the candle moon quality. A total of 110 savage sorcerers were nothing to the entire Zhongji province. In fact, most of the savage sorceress star beads had already been gathered in Chagan City and the area under its jurisdiction. That night, Jiang Shao and the blind lady brought the river Ape King to clean up the Chagan district, and he also obtained his 110th savage sorceress star bead. Jiang Shao also carried out his previous plan. This time, the arsenal creatures that he encountered were not thrown directly into the white birch forest, but into the corresponding area of the Calamity World. Due to the special nature of the mission, Jiang Shao did not seek help from the white birch forest or little Chongyang's uncle or aunt. Although the savages would also kill each other brutally when they met, Jiang Shao did not want to leave a psychological trauma for the savages in the white birch forest, filled with a sense of accomplishment from 1 night in 1 city. Jiang Shao felt refreshed and absorbed the savage sorceress star beads 1 by 1. 1, 2, 10, 20. Nostalgia upgraded. Candle moon quality level 0. Dawn upgraded. Candle moon quality level 0. Jiang Shao had already upgraded nostalgia to the star quality during the battle during the day, but the so-called qualitative change had yet to arrive. The text description remained the same, but the effect had been enhanced. The radius of nostalgia had reached 100 meters. What would happen after it was upgraded to the candle moon quality? Jiang Shao looked at the internal star map excitedly. However, the text description remained the same. Candle moon, nostalgia, halo technique. Allows the units within the range of the halo to attack with a special hatred effect that absorbs or gives the target vitality, star power, or vitality and star power. Candle moon, dawn. The halo of nostalgia always favors and pursues the glimmer of light. Could it be that there has already been a qualitative change when it reached diamond quality and its functionality has reached the extreme? Jiang Shao frowned slightly and immediately activated nostalgia. All of a sudden, a bright golden halo of nostalgia lit up at the River Ape King's ankle under the dark night sky. As the Dawn Star technique was activated, the time scale immediately appeared on the huge, bright golden halo beneath the River Ape King's feet, and the halo quickly turned dark gold. It was low-key, luxurious, and stylish. Seeing that the time scale of the halo under the River Ape King's feet was continuously rotating, The human and the ape looked at each other, and the river ape king quickly ran into the distance. The blind lady was well aware of Jiang Zhao's tricks. After all, he had done a similar experiment when his star technique was upgraded to diamond quality. She asked calmly, measuring the range of the halo. Yeah. Jiang Zhao nodded and said, I don't feel like there's any change in functionality, but the distance has increased. The blind lady lowered her head slightly and carefully sensed the location of the river ape king. Finally, the halo under the river ape king's feet disappeared when it was 150 meters away from Jiang Zhao. Gore! The river ape king stopped in his tracks and took a step back. All of a sudden, the halo under his feet returned. The river ape king turned his body sideways and jumped to the right, after which the halo disappeared. He jumped to the left, and the halo appeared. Secret technique. Repeated horizontal jumps. The blind lady's heart skipped a beat, and she said softly, the radius is increased by nearly 50 meters. Jiang Zhao pursed his lips in disdain and said, Yeah. Seemingly sensing Jiang Zhao's displeasure, the blind lady said, Do you know how much more range and how many warriors will be included if the radius is increased by 50 meters? The key is the powerful effect of nostalgia. If you appear on the battlefield, how many more people will you be able to protect? Isn't that enough? Jiang Zhao scratched his head awkwardly. He had just been spoiled by the sudden increase in effectiveness when the star technique nostalgia underwent a qualitative change. The absorb or give option gave Jiang Zhao a lot of possibilities. The various combinations of star power, vitality, and star power and vitality made the halo perfect. Previously, Jiang Zhao thought that the only drawback of the star technique was that it required him to touch the opponent. He could use his hands or long-range star techniques, but no matter what, he had to hit the target for nostalgia to be effective. Hence, Jiang Zhao thought that after advancing again, he might not have to touch the target and would be able to directly absorb and give vitality and star power to the target. That would make the star technique godly. When Jiang Zhao and his teammates fought the star beasts or encountered the enemy, they could hide and activate the halo of nostalgia to suck the enemy to death. Well, it turned out that Jiang Zhao was just daydreaming. He had no choice but to hope that the level of his star technique would increase again. He didn't know if Candle Moon was the highest quality star technique. All of a sudden, Jiang Zhao said, The humming whale has recruited another group of lava ghouls. I'll go there and open the door to the calamity world for them. I'll be back in a while. Let's not sleep tonight since we've already slept last night. Time waits for no one. Let's get to Fuyu District as soon as possible. The blind lady nodded and agreed. Okay. Compared to Jiang Zhao, the blind lady hoped to end the battle quickly because there were more dangerous areas that she had never set foot in. Jiang Zhao was not only talking about clearing the cities, but also about upgrading the quality of his star technique. Apart from Bell and Chung, his other star techniques had all reached the candlelight moon quality and had already graduated. Without the word imprint, he wouldn't be able to complete the sentence. It was time for him to go to the front of the humming whale this time to see what the candle moon quality bell and imprint looked like. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that the quality of his star techniques had increased and he could adjust the quality, Jiang Zhao wouldn't have dared to upgrade bell and imprint. Why? The effects of the star quality bell were still vivid in his mind. Now that bell was attached to his body, it turned him into a cold machine. If the star quality has such an effect, how strong must Candle Moon be? Could it be that the 7 emotions and 6 desires of humans would be rendered useless after being touched by the medical light wave? However, that seems to be a good thing too. Can it be considered a form of magic castration? In the future, when I encounter such criminals, I'll give them a shot of Bell first. You guys should be sentenced and arrested, but before that, I, the king of toxic healers, will first cut off his thoughts for the rest of his life. Jiang Zhao couldn't help but gasp and think, what does it mean to fight poison with poison? He felt that if the Candle Moon quality bell really had such an effect, he would be considered to have done a great job as a doctor. Most of the 9-star atlases and star techniques have entered Candle Moon. I'm finally going to graduate. It's the end of the month. I'll start updating tomorrow. Chapter 1102. It turned out that Jiang Shao was overthinking again. After throwing the lava ghouls found by the humming whale team into the world of the Calamity Shadow, Jiang Shao finally upgraded Bell and Imprint to the Candle Moon quality. Due to the fact that the lava ghoul, which was a platinum quality creature that was one level higher than the white ghoul, which Jiang Shao was able to upgrade his star technique quality easily. There was still a huge difference between the demand of 100 and the demand of 1,000. Since Jiang Shao already knew the effects of Star Bell, he did not dare to activate it in the crowd. Jiang Shao transformed into a lava ghoul, and walked into the world of the Calamity Shadow after taking in the lava ghoul army. Then he secretly picked up 2 lava ghouls and left in a flash. So exciting. The 2 lava ghouls were dumbfounded. The small demon's face was full of bewilderment. What is Boss trying to do? Yeah. The lava ghouls struggled for a while, but could not break free from Jiang Guanwu's huge claws. Hence, it gave up resisting. In fact, the lava ghouls did not dare to break free. What if they angered Jiang Guanwu? Jiang Guanwu carried the small heads of the lava ghouls and flashed into the forest before throwing them on the ground. One of the lava ghouls let out a strange cry as it tried its best to raise its head and look at the big boss in front of it curiously. Although the lava ghoul was a gold-quality creature, it was only 2 meters tall. It was adorably ugly under the situation of racial suppression. The 2 lava ghouls trembled in fear. They did not know why their boss called them to the forest alone. They stood on the spot uneasily and shivered. One of the lava ghouls looked like it wanted to run, but did not dare to. The other one chose to step forward with a flattering expression on its dark red demon face. However, it was kicked to the ground by Jiang Guanwu. Hee. Jiang Guanwu laughed strangely. It was indeed Jiang Guanwu himself. The lava ghoul sat in the snow, crawled up, and rubbed its buttocks. At the next moment, its small eyes widened. Ring, a bell rang, and a white ray of healing light hung on the body of the lava ghoul. Under the guidance of Jiang Guanwu's imprint, the ray of healing light quickly connected to the other lava ghoul. The medical light wave that was supposed to ring only rang twice. At this moment, the scene was a little strange. Jiang Guiwu's huge claw was releasing a bell that was connected to one of the lava ghouls. As for the bell on the lava ghoul's body, it was also connected to its other companion's body. However, Bell did not turn around and charge towards Jiang Shao due to the guidance of Jiang Guiwu's imprint. Candlelight Bell continuously releases healing light to heal the target. Can connect to multiple targets. When using star techniques, a large amount of star power will be continuously consumed and the body will be unable to move. Jiang Guiwu's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. There didn't seem to be any changes in the introduction of the star technique. Besides, there didn't seem to be any changes in the presentation of the star technique. Hiss, yeah. While Jiang Guiwu was deep in thought, he saw 2 lava ghouls pacing back and forth restlessly. They jumped up and down and waved their arms agitatedly. The little demon's face was filled with the desire to fight. Jiang Guiwu was shocked. What's going on? Star Requiem Bell has evolved into Candlelight Battle Bell? The 2 little guys seemed to be fine. Jiang Guiwu thought of something and imprinted the imprint mark on his body. All of a sudden, the medical light on the lava ghouls rushed towards Jiang Guiwu. Jiang Guiwu quickly put away Bell to ensure that he would be affected by the lines of Bell as much as possible. Bell, the crisp and melodious sound of Bell rang again, and Jiang Guiwu felt his blood surge. It was an exciting sound. It was even a call to charge that caused one's mind to surge. Ha! Jiang Guiwu's heart thumped violently, and he panted heavily. Under the influence of Bell, his fighting spirit surged, and his huge body trembled with excitement. Under such excitement and agitation, Jiang Guiwu seemed to have completely integrated with the biological habits of a lava ghoul, and he actually started to dance strangely. The 2 lava ghouls reacted very quickly. They were both gold-quality creatures, and their qualities were above the standard. They catered to the big boss and began to jump left and right. Yeah. Hey, yeah. The 2 lava ghouls surrounded Jiang Guiwu and started to dance. They jumped up and down while shouting. They seemed to be repeating the same sentence. Big brother, say it. Who are we going to kill? Demonic techniques. No, this is the demonic bell. It was clearly a star technique that healed the body. However, as the effect of interfering with emotions increased, it became an emotional support star technique. Gushur and star technique, roar, could make one's head clear. Wu Hao Yang star technique, war puppet, could make one's fighting spirit surge. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's bell actually had the same effect. Star bell could make one calm and steady to the extreme, but candlelight bell could excite one's heart and make one's fighting spirit surge. The healing star technique was turned into an auxiliary roar technique by Jiang Zhao. One bell can make up for 2 battle puppets. What's the point of having them? Indeed, I'm the king of toxic healers. I want to have the effect of supporting all the other professions. The only drawback was that both Star Bell and Candlelight Bell only had one line that could not be branched. Hence, it would take a long time to connect a large number of targets. Besides, during the process of using the star technique, Jiang Zhao could not move and had to continuously transmit the light from Bell. Otherwise, the star technique will be broken. The 2 lava ghouls were thinking about following their big brother to kill people, while Jiang Zhao was thinking about tearing the 2 lava ghouls that were dancing and singing beside him. Jiang Guiwu resisted the urge and left in a flash. He opened the space door and quickly walked out of the Calamity World. As soon as he came out, Jiang Guiwu heard the loud roar of the humming whale. Buzz, even imprisoned dragon, who had always been on good terms with the humming whale, no longer wrapped itself around its body. Instead, it watched from afar as the humming whale suddenly went crazy. What's going on? Why did such a gentle big fish suddenly go berserk? This sound is obviously looking for trouble. It's like it's provoking all the creatures on this land. Seeing this scene, imprisoned dragon felt a little conflicted. Although yes, we're very strong, but imprisoned dragon always felt that it was more comfortable to play tricks on others. Taking the initiative to issue a challenge to thousands of troops was not in line with his dragon's creed, nor was it his fighting style. Jiang Guiwu looked up and saw the humming whale floating slowly in the night sky. It was constantly rolling its body and letting out an extremely penetrating whale roar. Under the mental connection, it seemed that Jiang Zhao's mood had also affected the humming whale. In that case, did the humming whale's heart suddenly become as still as water when it was experimenting with the starry bell? However, it had always been gentle, so it was not discovered by Jiang Zhao's bait. Jiang Guiwu stretched out his hand and pressed a platinum bell that had its quality lowered against his chest. He raised his head and looked up. As expected, the humming whale's provocative roar stopped abruptly. Its huge body that was constantly rolling also gradually calmed down. Imprisoned dragon opened his huge eyes and looked at the humming whale curiously. Then, he swam over. From the heart-shaped tail of the whale to the huge whale's head, it coiled around in circles. Finally, the huge dragon's eyes and the huge whale's eyes met. The dragon's and the whale's eyes also intertwined. A whoa! Imprisoned dragon let out a weak sound with a hint of concern. It seemed to be asking, "What's wrong with you?" Buzz. The humming whale responded. Its voice was ethereal, and its tone went from high to low, as if it was comforting imprisoned dragon. Jiang Guiwu also laughed. A dignified star imprisoned dragon actually treated the big diamond fish with such care. You've completely embarrassed the dragon cave. But this indirectly proved that the relationship between the AO dragon and the humming whale was very good. This thing was like a husband and wife. There was nothing to be afraid of. It was all because of love. Thinking of this, Jiang Guiwu's demonic face became a little strange. If a dragon and a whale were together for a long time, would they give birth to a new species, whale dragonfish? That's not right. The AO dragon and the humming whale are both males. Forget it. Sighed Jiang Guiwu sighed in his heart. She was used to being a matchmaker. Whenever she saw a dragon and a whale, she would want to matchmake them. Buzz. In the night sky, the humming whale let out a dissatisfied whale-like sound. Jiang Guiwu was shocked. Only then did he remember that he was spiritually connected to the humming whale. His thoughts, just now, were basically transmitted to the humming whale. F***CK. I was wrong. Be good, don't be angry. Jiang Guiwu's body flashed and disappeared in a hurry. That posture was not an exaggeration to say that he was covering his head and running away. But even if he ran to the ends of the earth, the spirit of a man and a whale would still be connected. So, Blind Lady noticed Jiang Guiwu, who suddenly appeared beside her, and heard him muttering to himself, Sorry. I was rude. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. After spending more than 10 days together, Blind Lady already had antibodies. She would not be surprised if anything strange happened to Jiang Shao. However, at this moment, Jiang Shao was actually apologizing to the air, which made Blind Lady a little confused. Did this kid get into trouble again? Did he offend a ghost? In a vast expanse of white forest and snowy plains, all living beings were thrown into the Calamity Shadow world. Who was he apologizing to? After a while, Jiang Guwu finally finished apologizing and transformed back into his human form. He turned his head and looked at Blind Lady, saying, Advance to Buyu. In 5 days, we will clear out Zhongji. How about it? Are you confident? Blind Lady nodded and said, Don't sleep for the next few days. Let's shorten the time to 3 days. Unexpectedly, the sea-devouring robe was unhappy. 2 small hands with a collar quickly covered Blind Lady's mouth. F***CK. You are free and unfettered now. You will be wrapped up by me and move forward. You will not be affected by the wind, the rain, and you don't even need to move. What about me? You are trying to fly me to death. Who isn't a baby now? I am indeed a diamond boss, but you can't harm me like this, can you? No matter how indifferent Blind Lady was, she could not stand being covered over and over again. She stretched out her fingers and pulled down the collar of the sea-devouring robe. She said to Jiang Shao, if you dare to cover my mouth with your robe again, I will. Ugh! Before she could finish her sentence, the sea-devouring robe not only covered her mouth again, but it was also very strong. It even sent her body flying more than a meter away. Jiang Shao was shocked and hurriedly stepped forward. Io, my little ancestor, you can't provoke this kind of person. Quickly let go of your hand. As he spoke, a message suddenly appeared in the internal star map. Black and white candle soul has leveled up. Diamond rank level 4. Jiang Shao was confused. This action actually has such an effect. Should I go and cover it too? Midnight 12/17/20. Chapter 1103. Adding more chapters for the Guild Master Lei Shao. A week later, at night, at the southernmost part of Zhongji, at the border with Liaodong, Jiang Shao sensed that the terrain within a radius of dozens of kilometers was empty, and there was no trace of any living creatures. He silently put away the Tier Realm star technique. Under the drizzle, he wiped his reddened eyes and stood there for a long time, but he couldn't help but shiver. In the rainy night, although Jiang Shao could fly in the Tier Realm, he would often jog and stretch his body. Occasionally, he would bless himself to warm up. The endurance of the candle moon quality allowed him to be more sensitive to the environment. He had only stopped there for a while, but he could already feel the chills. Although the mission was tough, Jiang Shao felt that it was worth it every time he thought about the results. In the past 6 days, Jiang Shao and the Blind Lady had not only traveled all over Zhongji and captured most of the star beasts, but they also left Sanping City in Zhongji to ensure that the people in the lower dimensions could obtain the star beads and star techniques from the arsenal and the volcanic dimensional space. Not only that, but Jiang Shao also took the time to go to Ludong twice and the Central Plains thrice to throw all the creatures that the teams had recruited into the corresponding areas of the Calamity Dimension. Every day was a day full of battle results, and it was also an extremely fulfilling day. Jiang Shao opened the door of the Calamity Dimension and turned to look at the exhausted Blind Lady. Go and rest. Jiang Shao has boiled some water for you. Take a shower and sleep early. The Blind Lady was not in a good state. Jiang Shao could help her relieve and recover from her physical fatigue, but she needed to sleep to make up for her mental fatigue. In just 6 days, the two of them had covered the whole of Zhongji. This kind of efficiency was enough to show just how intense the two of them were during the process of carrying out their mission. The blind lady was also well aware of Jiang Zhao's current state. After accompanying him day and night, her indifferent personality had also faded. She asked, "Aren't you going to rest?" "I'm going to Liaodong in the Calamity Dimension to take a look at the ice-praying forest tribe and discuss with their leader about the mission tomorrow." Jiang Zhao's voice was a little shaky as he exhaled white mist. He couldn't help but rub his hands and say, "I'll be back in a while. Don't worry." The blind lady looked at Jiang Zhao and sighed secretly. He was ruthless to his teammates, but even more ruthless to himself. This was a captain who said, "Follow me," or even "I'll go myself," not a captain who stood at the back of the team and shouted, "Go." In the past half a month, he had perfectly demonstrated the meaning of taking the lead. The days of carrying out missions were hard and arduous. In particular, Jiang Zhao's star technique was special. His large-scale perception required rain. So, the cold winter in the north, constantly advancing in the rain and snowy plains. It was hard for anyone to imagine what that would feel like. After a day or two, it was understandable that he was in high spirits and full of energy. However, the long period of searching day and night, the almost solidified mode, the boring mission life, and the extremely difficult mission environment could indeed smooth out a person's mood and patience. Under such circumstances, the blind lady gained a deeper understanding of what kind of person Jiang Zhao was. Even though the blind lady still did not like Jiang Zhao's mischievous ways at that time, she respected the captain from the bottom of her heart, and her impression of the young man was increasing day by day. Hearing Jiang Zhao's response, the blind lady replied calmly, "Rest early." She then stepped into the door of the Calamity World. She knew that the longer she delayed, the colder he would be. He was not a star warrior of the Star Realm yet, and his physique was far inferior to hers. Besides, it seemed that due to his star technique, he was very sensitive to cold and hot environments. During the mission, the blind lady had long sensed that. As soon as the blind lady entered the door, she discovered that the door led directly to the second floor of the stone villa. In front of her was Jiang Shou, who was carrying a bamboo basket and a towel. Jiang Shou handed the towel over with one hand and said, "The bathroom is in the gym on the second floor, just behind you. Go take a hot shower." Jiang Shou then handed the bamboo basket in his hand over, and the blind lady subconsciously grabbed it. There was a generator in the stone villa, so there would be no problem with cooking and bathing. However, Jiang Shao and the others rarely took a hot shower after training. At least, Jiang Shao would go to the lake in front of the villa to take a shower and play with the humming whale. The lake was not stagnant, but rather cold and cold water that flowed down from the snowy mountains. Not to mention the saltiness, the humming whale liked the temperature very much. Of course, Jiang Shao only dared to do that because he was a star warrior and his body had been modified. After a strenuous workout, most people would be drenched in sweat and feel extremely hot. If they plunge into the cold water, it would indeed feel great, but they might never come back up again, so it was not recommended for normal people to try it, Jiang Shou said. "These are Han Jiangshue's clothes. I found them in her house. You two are about the same size, so make do with them. Don't always use your ink star technique to wash clothes. No matter how clean they are, I'll still feel uncomfortable looking at them. You should change your clothes from time to time. Things are different now. We can afford that." The blind lady did not reject Jiang Shou's good intentions, but she had a peculiar expression on her face. His words made her feel like an old father talking to his daughter. As the blind lady strode towards the bathroom, the sea engulfing robe on her body quickly fell off and covered Jiang Shou's body. As a deep-sea creature, the sea engulfing robe lived at the bottom of the sea all year round. Hence, it did not feel uncomfortable while carrying out missions in the icy rain. However, Jiang Shou initially thought that the sea engulfing robe would interact with him, but to his surprise, the sea engulfing robe lay limply on Jiang Shou's body. The large cloak seemed to have lost its strength and stopped moving. Even the collar of the robe stopped moving, You must be exhausted. Jiang Shou comforted softly while stroking the cold sleeves of the sea engulfing robe. Jiang Shou's body flashed, and he arrived in front of the stone villa, arriving at the edge of the lake. Every creature had different characteristics, and he knew how to relax the sea engulfing robe best. Jiang Shou put on the cloak and walked into the lake. Jiang Shou lay on the surface of the lake. One man and one robe drifted leisurely on the surface of the lake. He raised his head to look at the bright moon in the sky. It was so quiet here. Jiang Shou was not in his original body and did not have any high-quality endurance star techniques. Hence, he was more resistant to the cold. Jiang Shou was caught between laughter and tears. At the same time, on the strange ball, Jiang Shou put away the space door and continuously adjusted its position before opening it again. On the other side of the calamity door was the land of Liaodong. Jiang Shou walked in and saw a few round igloos. Every igloo was made of huge blocks of ice, sparkling and translucent. Under the contrast of the moonlight and starlight, it was extremely beautiful. Previously, he wanted Jiang Shou to come over and build a treehouse tribe for the Ice Praying Forest. However, the Ice Clan did not like to live in tree houses. In fact, they did not even like to live in igloos. They prefer to be exposed to the cold and snowy environment. In fact, the icebound walker liked to find a pile of snow and sleep on the ground. The colder it was, the more comfortable it would be. One amazing species. Jiang Zhao's body flickered, and he arrived at the largest igloo surrounded by the 6 igloos. He walked in and only then remembered that the igloo did not have a door. It was good enough that the ice-praying forest listened to Jiang Shou and lived in the house. Hence, Jiang Shou did not force them to build a door. Ice-praying forest. Jiang Shou walked in. The house was huge, but there was no grotto heaven or any special scenery inside. There was not even a single piece of furniture. Behind Jiang Shou, an illusory line suddenly emerged from the ground, giving off a chilly vibe. Jiang Shou immediately reacted and turned his head to look, only to see a beautiful face. She was so beautiful that it made one's heart ache. The pair of illusory lines in her eyes did not disturb the sorrow in her eyes. Jiang Shou was already immune to it. After all, the ice demons were born with such looks. Jiang Shou asked, "Are you an ice cream cone or ice cream?" The ice demon lowered her head and her long hair fluttered in the wind. Circles of frost spread all over her body. She looked at Jiang Shou with a bitter expression and said softly, "I'm an ice cream cone." Other than the ice-praying forest leader, Jiang Shou knew 2 other ice demon leaders and an icebound walker leader. The 2 ice demon leaders were called Ice Cream and Ice Cream, respectively, while the icebound walker leader was called Popsicle. Of course, they all had their own clan names. As for the names of human society, they were given by Jiang Shou when he forced them to level up a few days ago. Every time he thought of the names of the leaders, Jiang Shou felt that he was better at naming than Xia Yan. Xia Yan's naming principle highlighted the word big. What's the point of that? Look at the names I came up with. Just thinking about it makes me drool. Where's the ice-praying forest? Jiang Shou asked. The ice cream cone said faintly with a sobbing tone, "It's behind you." "Oh." Jiang Shou looked up at the ice cream cone and said, "Don't cry. Hold it in." The ice cream cone pursed her lips aggrievedly, and her body gradually sank. Her illusory long hair was covered in frost, and she quickly sank into the ground. Jiang Shou turned around and found that the ice-praying forest had also just floated out of the snow. Instead of living in a house, they liked to hide underground. Such a biological characteristic was very troublesome for Jiang Shou. If it was a large ice race, there would definitely be icebound walkers among them. The snow-ground zombies' bodies were made of flesh and couldn't dive underground. Hence, it didn't matter. However, if it was a small race without icebound walkers, Jiang Shou wouldn't be able to find the ice soul and ice demon if they dove underground. If they were on the ground, it would be easier. At least the ice soul and ice demon would be wrapped in frost and snow. At least, he could sense the raindrops from the Tier of Realm. Finally, Jiang Shou encountered the same problem that Jiang Sun, Zhang Songfu, and little Chongyang's team encountered in Ludong Land. Ludong's book soul was the same as the ice soul and ice demon. They were all creatures in the form of souls, and it was difficult to search for them completely. Jiang Shao said, "Tomorrow, I will bring your people into Liaodong Land. Are you ready?" "Yes, Instructor Jiang, we are ready." The ice soul looked eager to try. Ever since it advanced to the diamond grade, its soul was a little floating. It could only suppress its powerful aura in front of Jiang Shao and didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Jiang Shao nodded in satisfaction and said, "Qilin, I have to tell you in advance that our mission this time will be very exhausting. You have to arrange for someone to do it." The ice-praying forest nodded and said, "Yes, our ice race is very good at shouting." As it spoke, the ice-praying forest let out a loud cry. After this cry, ice demons emerged from the snow around the igloo tribe and started crying loudly. "Damn! Damn!" Jiang Shao covered his ears with his hands. "Stop! Tell them to stop crying." The crying was really heart-wrenching. Jiang Zhao's heart ached when he heard it. The ice-praying forest looked embarrassed and said, "I'm afraid we have to wait for a while. It's not fair to them if I force the ice demons to stop crying." Jiang Shao was confused. The ice-praying forest explained, "Just like how the savage race needs to breathe, it will be very uncomfortable to order the savage race to hold their breath." "Damn, why didn't they cry when I came just now?" Jiang Shao said helplessly. The ice-praying forest said, "I told them about tomorrow's battle mission and reminded them to rest early." "All right, see you tomorrow." Jiang Shao couldn't take it anymore. Amidst the miserable cries, his body flashed and disappeared without a trace. After returning to the villa, Jiang Zhao's head was still buzzing. He shook his head vigorously and couldn't help but grimace. It was simply mental pollution. Behind him, bits of ink emerged from the ground and formed a tall figure. "Is there a situation?" Jiang Shao turned around and saw the blind girl in a white nightgown behind him. This nightgown, Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment. After a while, he said, "It's okay. Go to sleep, little Jiang Shua." No, go to sleep. See you tomorrow, third last." Jiang Shao then flashed again and dived into the lake to wash his body. He then returned to his room while shivering. He wiped his body and lay on the bed with his palms facing up. A white pillar of light slowly rose. At a height of about 1 meter, a thin layer of white mist spread out and specks of light rained down, enveloping his entire body. It warmed his body, restored his energy, and nourished his mind. After some time, in a daze, a familiar figure appeared in his mind. She was wearing a white nightgown and was cooking delicious braised pork in front of the kitchen counter in Jiangbin's home. Jiang Shao suddenly opened his eyes and saw the pitch-black ceiling. The specks of light had long dissipated as he fell asleep. "Huh!" Jiang Shao sighed heavily, sat up, and rubbed his long hair with one hand. After thinking about it, Jiang Shao closed his eyes, leaned back, and lay heavily on the bed. Just now, he searched his mind, only to realize that there wasn't even a photo of her. Wait, there seems to be in my phone. Chapter 1104. Early in the morning, in the dining room on the first floor of the stone villa, Jiang Shou, who was busy at the kitchen counter, and Jiang Shao, who was eating at the dining table, stopped what they were doing and turned around to see Blind Lady walking in. She had already changed back into her white robe and was hugging a beautiful crystal dragon egg in her arms. However, he did not know when the little fellow would be born. Blind Lady placed the crystal dragon egg on the dining table and took the plate that Jiang Shou handed over. She asked softly what happened last night. "Huh?" Jiang Shao was stunned. Of course, he knew how powerful Blind Lady's senses were. Jiang Shao did not sleep well last night. After waking up in the middle of the night, he rummaged through the cupboards for his phone and charged it. According to her senses, if she was awake, she would know exactly what Jiang Shao was doing. She probably also knew that Jiang Shao had been staring at his phone for a long time. Blind Lady picked up an orange and said calmly, "When you came home, you were in a bad mood. You looked really pale." Haha. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "You can still tell what I'm thinking." Blind Lady said, "Your expression." Jiang Shao heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that she was not asking about Jiang Shao staring at his phone in a daze at night. Jiang Shao answered, "I went to the ice prayer forest to assign a mission. You know how miserable the cries of the ice demons are. It makes me upset." Blind Lady said, "Oh." No one else spoke in the dining room. Only the soft sounds of people eating could be heard. Jiang Shao remained silent for a while and said, "I'll leave a bait to guard the birch forest. There are many new savages and some humans. I'll stay in the birch forest to keep abreast of the situation and teach the students. Similarly, I'll send another bait to guard the ancient pagoda city. The remaining bait will stay with us and pretend to be a conch demon. What do you think? Among the two main creatures in Liaodong, I can only turn into a conch demon. The level of the ice race's ice soul is too high, so I can only rely on the ice prayer forest." Blind Lady chewed the beef carefully and swallowed it before replying, "You are the captain." "Yes." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "I'm used to discussing with my teammates." The blind lady's slender hand that was picking up the chopsticks paused for a few seconds before she softly said, "Okay." Jiang Zhao's decoy star technique had reached the candlelight moon quality, and he had 3 more decoy star techniques that he could use. After completing the mission in Zhongji Land perfectly, Jiang Shao planned to send 2 decoys to guard the 2 cities. Firstly, he had to consolidate his position in the 2 cities. Without a doubt, the White Birch Forest and Yigu Tower were qualified to unify their areas. Jiang Shao didn't want the newcomers to not know him. Although Jiang Shao wasn't the chief of their tribe or the governor of their city, he still hoped to be an uncrowned king who would have absolute rallying power at any time. Secondly, after leaving the 3 northern regions, the creatures in the other regions were mostly of very high rank. If the bait carried out a mission alone, it would also fall into a quagmire. Apart from the above reasons, Jiang Shao also hoped to quickly improve his combat skills. At this moment, his archery technique was still at gold quality level 8, while his sword technique was only at gold quality level 3 after Martha's training. Once those 2 techniques entered the platinum quality, it would not only mean that his skills would be more exquisite, but it would also mean that Jiang Shao could turn star techniques into martial arts. Withered Bow Star Map and Martha's Sword Star Map. The Ghost Monk clan of Yigu Tower were all masters of sparring. If Martha hadn't died and was still under the control of her mother, Liana, she would have long reached the Starfall stage at this moment. Her physical fitness was definitely enough to survive in the Calamity Shadow training space, where star power was extremely rich every day. The concentration of star power there was even higher than that of the alien sphere and the Calamity Shadow world. Martha's physical condition was enough for her to advance to the Starfall stage long ago. However, when she died, she also took away all the skills in her head. Jiang Shao rescued Martha, released her painful soul, and took over her body. However, he only took over the hardware facilities. All of her software facilities disappeared with Martha's death. "Let's do it." After breakfast, Jiang Shao reset the 2 baits with the sea-devouring soul star maps. One of them was named Jianghua and was sent to the White Birch Forest. The other one was named Jiangyi and was sent to the Yigu Tower. Why did he use the sea-devouring soul star map? Because they were all future mecha operators. No, there was no need for the future. When Jiang Shao sent the 2 baits in, he had already configured it and let Jianghua control Martha to reduce Jiang Shou's burden. At this point, Jiang Shou could also focus on controlling bays. The knowledge between the main body and the bait was interconnected. Hence, Jiang Shao didn't really send Martha to the city or tribe. After all, the process of sparring and teaching was a process of increasing one's prestige. Hence, it was more appropriate to use the main body's appearance. The savages were overjoyed by the arrival of Jianghua. At this moment, the land of Zhongji in the Calamity Shadow world had already been filled with ape ghouls and savages by Jiang Shao. The White Birch Forest tribe was in the stage of preparing for battle. Although Jianghua didn't have any star techniques, his arrival and his face alone made the savages of the White Birch Forest tribe feel relieved. He really played the role of a general who was in charge of the army. As for the arrival of Jiang Yi in the Yi Gu Tower, it could be described as the sound of gongs and drums and the sound of firecrackers. Well, if there were firecrackers, the Yi Gu Tower army only sent their golden companions and silver companions to carry out the mission. A large number of ghost monks were still idling in the city. They really had nothing to do because the location where they were sent to carry out the mission was an alien planet. At this time, the Yi Gu Tower was in the Calamity Shadow world. Apart from the ghost monks that were thrown in the previous few times, there were no other creatures in the central plains of the Calamity Shadow world. Hence, at this time, the daily task of the ghost monks in the Yi Gu Tower was to train the new ghost monks. They couldn't wait for the newcomers to make mistakes so that they could find an excuse to fight and teach them a lesson. The arrival of Jiang Yi meant that the master was coming to teach again. It also meant that the personal disciples had another opportunity to have a name. After doing all this, Jiang Shao brought the blind girl and the remaining bait, River Tree Demon, into the land of Liaodong. It was still a world of ice and snow. Jiang Shao closed the door to the Calamity Shadow world. After some adjustments, he opened it again. A few seconds later, an illusory figure slowly floated out from behind the door. Lord Tyrant finally made his appearance. Behind Tyrant Bing Qi Lin was Ice Demon Ice Cream Cone and Ice Demon Ice Cream. Then, Ice Ceiling Walker Popsicle also walked out with 2 minions. The Ice Clan didn't react to this group of humans, but when they saw River Tree Demon, they couldn't help but be stunned. Ice Ceiling Walker immediately got into a fighting stance. An ice shield appeared in his pale palm, and star power condensed in his other hand, forming an ice spear. Its pair of turbid eyes stared at River Tree Demon, and it let out a beast-like hunting sound. River Tree Demon was a tree that could walk. It was about 3 meters tall and was very thick. There were some branches on its body and green leaves on its head. There were only 2 circles on its body, which were the eyes of the tree demon. It seemed to have a special effect of dizziness. Apart from a pair of naturally dizzy eyes, there was no nose or mouth. On the left and right sides of the tree trunk, there was also a pair of thick and strong arms. What made this creature a little strange was that the tree trunk's arms were indeed very thick, but behind the thick arms were 2 very small hands. The 4 fingers that were like small tree branches were especially slender, giving the illusion that they would break easily. In fact, River Tree Demon's small tree branches were especially flexible, just like its feet that were made of vines. This creature did not have real feet, and only had more than 10 vines entangled and coiled around it. It walked especially steadily and crossed mountains as if it was walking on flat ground. If the tree demon was used as a mount, it probably wouldn't feel the slightest bit of bumpiness. Jiang Shao said, "I transformed this with my star technique. Don't be nervous." While speaking, the River Tree Demon shook his head, and the dense green leaves on his head rustled. The few ice walkers looked at each other and finally looked at clan leader Bing Qilin. Bing Qilin nodded and said, "Jiang Order, you're so powerful." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "Let's go. Give it your all." Bing Qilin's illusory figure floated up, followed by Cone and Ice Cream. Tyrant and the 2 demons observed the terrain for a while. Following Bing Qilin's signal, the ice demon beside him burst into tears. Damn it! Jiang Shao and River Tree Demon covered their ears. However, how could River Tree Demon have ears? It was just a subconscious action. The slender branches covered the sides of their trunks with their hands. The trunks that were supposed to be straight actually bent over and lowered their heads. The dense green leaves on its head swayed again, which was enough to show how flexible its body was. Of course, the blind lady sensed that too. For some reason, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she seemed to be smiling. She really was a woman with a weird sense of humor. Due to the characteristics of the Ice Clan, it greatly increased the difficulty of the search. Liaodong Land was tricky, but it was also convenient. Due to the fact that it was late winter, apart from a small number of tree species, most of the other trees were withered. If they saw a small green forest in the snow, it would definitely be a tree demon. What's more, they were tall. 3 meters was already very tall for other creatures, but for trees, it was really short. Besides, when other trees were 3 meters tall, they were still thin and small. How could there be a tree demon that was so thick and strong at 3 meters? It was like a tree that was decades old and would require 2 or 3 people to wrap their arms around it. In the Shumu Ridge dimensional space, apart from the tree demon, there was also a creature called Tree Demon. Their appearance was exactly the same as the tree demons, but they were different because of their star techniques. The tree demon's level was lower and its methods were more adorable. They would leave some tree seeds along the way to let them take root and germinate. Once a creature stepped into it, it would be trapped by the vines that grew out. The trap-type star technique sounded good, but it was a useless star technique that posed no threat to star warriors at all. The vines that grew out were not the type that could settle down. The vines would not hide underground or in the snow. On the contrary, vine traps were very conspicuous. They were clearly vines, but they swayed in the wind like seaweed. Would you step on them if they appeared in front of you so blatantly? Only a fool would fall for such a trap. Amidst the miserable cries of the ice demon, the group walked into a lush green forest. The tall trees were, of course, not the star beasts themselves, but the star techniques of the tree demon. After walking for only a few minutes, Jiang Xiao saw a strange scene in the distance. He saw a few green vines swaying in the thick snow in front of him. They resembled women who were holding handkerchiefs and soliciting customers in front of the shop. Jiang Xiao looked around and discovered that there was a short, green tree that was standing motionlessly in a tall forest more than 10 meters away from the trap. Should I give it some face? Jiang Xiao thought about it and flashed over before stepping on it. Continue tomorrow peak. Chapter 1105. Swoosh 7 or 8 vines swayed in the wind and quickly wrapped around Jiang Zhao's right leg, from his calf to his thigh, binding him tightly. More than 10 meters away, the tree hat monster that was disguised as a tree quickly crawled over. Under the tree stump, several vines spread out like an 8-legged spider, climbing rapidly and terrifyingly steadily. It didn't care how powerful the star warriors behind Jiang Xiao were. The tree hat monster rushed straight towards Jiang Xiao. It seemed that it was starving. Although this creature didn't have a mouth, it would use its body to sit the target underground after grabbing it and use its roots and vines to entangle and feed on the target. The tree hat monster that crawled over was determined to sit Jiang Xiao underground. Just as it came in front of Jiang Xiao suddenly waved his hand and opened the door to the Calamity Shadow World. The tree hat monster didn't seem to have reacted and crawled straight into the Calamity Shadow World. How adorably stupid. Jiang Xiao closed the door of the Calamity Shadow World and turned to look at the blind lady. Is there still a need to catch such a creature? The blind lady said calmly, just take it as a way to increase the diversity of creatures. Jiang Xiao nodded, bent down, and pinched the rapidly drying vines with one hand. With a gentle grip, the flexible vines broke apart. Thinking about it, the vines had lost their original flexibility after losing the support of their owner's star power. Just as Jiang Xiao was secretly complaining in his heart, the entire forest suddenly came alive. There was no doubt that there were tree hat monsters here. In the drizzle, Jiang Xiao obviously knew how many tree hat monsters were hiding here. Countless thick tree trunks bent, and vines that covered the sky and covered the earth whipped down. All of a sudden, the forest and snowfield seemed to have turned into a forest purgatory. Behind him, the tree hat monster quickly crawled over and shook the green leaves on its head. It opened its mouth and was about to roar. However, the tree hat monster's small tree-like hand were placed on its waist, and its body was frozen on the spot. No, I don't have a mouth. While the tree hat monster was stunned, Jiang Xiao had already flashed all over the place. In the drizzle, he used the star power threads to connect the tree hat monsters. In less than 10 seconds, he gathered 50 to 60 tree hat monsters and tree hat monsters together. Jiang Xiao then opened the space gate. The blind lady's body shattered into a cloud of ink. She suddenly appeared in front of a group of cute tree hats that were huddled together with leaves falling off their heads She pushed with both hands, and a gust of wind swept through, blowing the trees that had yet to take root into the spatial gate. In the forest, countless twisted and bent trees, as well as the vines that lashed down, froze in place. In the strange forest, an eerie scene was fixed. At the same time, in the southernmost part of Liaodong, in the Liaolian region, on this alien sphere, there were a few buildings of human society. They stood tall in this primitive world, and they did not fit in with the environment here. Among them, the most special building was the half building. This 6-story teaching building was so abrupt in this primitive planet. On the west side of this teaching building, there was a special cross-section. This cross-section cut the teaching building neatly from the 6th floor to the 1st floor. In the cut surface, there were half of the classrooms, corridors, and other terrain. Not far from the east side of this teaching building, there was a complete outdoor martial arts field and indoor martial arts hall. 10 days ago, when the teaching building and the martial arts field appeared here, the cement road and the plastic floor were still there. 10 days later, the terrain of this human society was all covered by snow. In a lecture hall on the east side of the 1st floor of this teaching building. To be exact, under the lecture hall, a group of people were curled up in a cold cave, shivering in a circle. This was obviously not a real basement, but a cellar that had been dug out. It was surrounded by frozen soil, and it was extremely dirty. In this cellar, there were about 30 civilians, men, women, children, and all kinds of people. In the middle of them was a short-haired young man. There was a flame burning in his hand, and the flickering fire reflected the frightened faces of the civilians. The flame burned quietly, but it did not provide much warmth for the people. What made this group of people feel incomparable despair was that right above them, in a lecture hall, there was a faint sound of a woman crying. Gulp! One of the bespectacled men swallowed his saliva. He tried to curl up his body, closed his eyes tightly, and kept praying in his heart that the ghost above would quickly leave. Hearing the woman crying above, the man could not help but shiver again. Sob, sob. A little boy in his mother's arms let out a soft whimper. He was too afraid. He could not stand this kind of environment and atmosphere. Even adults were like this, let alone a child. In an instant, everyone was shocked, and they cast angry and frightened eyes at the child's mother. The mother hurriedly covered the child's mouth with one hand and said anxiously and softly, "Baby, don't cry. I beg you, don't cry, don't make a sound. You King want to kill us." The bespectacled man tried his best to lower his voice and cursed angrily. The young man in the middle also frowned slightly as he looked at the mother and daughter. Above, the cellar door that was made of simple wooden planks on the desk was letting out gusts of cold air from the gap of the door. And the female ghost crying was getting closer and closer. Swoosh. The young man clenched his fists, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. What should I do? What can I do? Fight her to the death? But I'm just a Nebula Stage high school student, and I'm facing a gold-ranked ice demon. Sob, 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 sob. The ice demon's mournful cries were getting louder and louder. It should have been a heart-wrenching cry, but in the ears of the commoners in the cellar, it sounded like the cry of a malicious spirit. Damn it! The young man with the burning flame in his hand suddenly stood up. In the dim environment, his resolute expression was seen by everyone. Even though he was also trembling with fear, he still walked towards the cellar door. The bespectacled man scrambled forward and grabbed the fiery young man's ankle with his hands in a flurry. It was as if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. Above the cellar door, the crying sound became even clearer. Slowly, under everyone's widened gazes, the illusory line slowly descended. Through the wooden cellar door, the ice demon's skirt, which was emitting a frosty aura, could be clearly seen. Just like that, it slowly descended. The pupils of the young man with the flame contracted violently, and he kicked away the bespectacled man who was grabbing his ankle. Just as he was about to move, there was a sudden strange phenomenon. Suddenly, there was an angry roar from the entrance of the lecture hall. Sob, 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 sob. The ice demon's movement stopped abruptly. Half of her body was under the cellar door, and the other half was above the lecture hall. Her pair of sad eyes looked at the tall young man who suddenly appeared at the entrance. Her crying was very clear to the commoners in the cellar. What a close shave. I was so close. Wah! Suddenly, there was a cry from the cellar. The boy in his mother's arms had his mouth covered tightly by his mother. The crying didn't come from him. Instead, it was from a young girl at the side. The girl finally could not bear the pressure and the terrifying atmosphere, and she cried loudly as if she had a mental breakdown. She turned around and grabbed the frozen mud wall with both hands, as if she wanted to escape from this place. However, no matter how hard she tried, her crazy actions were all useless in this state of mental breakdown. As the young girl broke down, the commoners in the cellar also screamed in fear. A group of people pounced on the young man in the cellar, as if grabbing his body, even if it was just the corner of his clothes, would be safer. Let go! The young man with the flame turned pale with fright, and he quickly pushed away the commoners who surrounded him. He wanted to rush out and fight the ice demon, but how could he fight when he was surrounded by the commoners? At the entrance of the lecture hall, the tall young man with the green dragon crescent blade in one hand roared angrily again, "Ah!" For a moment, whether it was the crying ice demon or the commoners who were in a mess in the cellar, their heads and eyes became clear, and they actually calmed down. Scram! Wu Haoyang fiercely swung the green dragon crescent blade, and in an instant, a strong gust of wind blew over countless tables and chairs. Ah! The ice demon held her head with both hands and screamed shrilly. With her head and eyes clear, she knew what she should do. Snowflakes spread in the lecture hall, and countless icicles quietly appeared, stabbing out from the entrance. Wu Haoyang fiercely swung the long blade, and a long eastern dragon formed by golden airwaves appeared in this world. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and roared as it charged at the ice demon. It also weakened the icicles stabbing out from the lecture hall. Wu Haoyang wielded the blade in one hand and madly rushed forward. Countless golden airwaves spread out, stirring up the snowstorm in the sky. A long golden dragon pierced through the ice demon's illusory body and actually pushed her out of the wall. However, the ice demon did not die, and her face suddenly appeared through the wall. Her face was extremely distorted, and her voice was extremely shrill. The next moment, in the snowstorm in the lecture hall, countless icicles suddenly appeared. The ground, the walls, and even the collapsed tables and chairs were all covered in a layer of frost, which then pierced out with sharp icicles. Die! Wu Haoyang pointed his long blade at the ice demon with an imposing manner. He tightened his thighs, and with a leap, his heavy body was like a cannonball, wrapped in golden airwaves and stabbed into the wall of the lecture hall. Rumble! In the cellar, the fiery young man hurriedly climbed out and saw a hellish lecture hall filled with icicles. He quickly turned his head and saw a broken wall. Through the hole, the fiery young man saw Wu Haoyang piercing the ice demon's body with golden airwaves outside the building. Ah! The ice demon let out a series of shrill screams, which seemed to shatter everyone's eardrums. Her illusory body suddenly shattered, and a shining star bead fell to the ground. Following the ice demon's shrill screams, several sharp screams suddenly came from the direction of the martial arts field. Wu Haoyang's expression suddenly changed. A team of Ice Tribe actually came here? Midnight, 12/17/20. Chapter 1106. It was for his serious father, the chief. Wu Haoyang quickly sheathed his sword, turned around, and shouted, "Li Yi, calm everyone down and don't let them come out." The cries of the ice demons have attracted the attention of other creatures. I'll start a battle group and lure all the creatures away. Obviously, the young man with the flame was called Li Yi. Brother Haoyang. Li Yi's expression changed. The gold-quality ice demons were still manageable, but if he encountered a platinum-quality ice spirit, would Wu Haoyang be able to withstand its ice roar? Under the cellar door, the people tried their best to climb out. They did not know that it was safer there, but it was obvious that they wanted to leave this dangerous place. Li Yi hurriedly asked for help, Brother Haoyang, shout again. They are scared out of their wits. They have to escape. Escape? Where can they escape to? Relatively speaking, this was the safest place. Wu Haoyang was furious. He quickly ran into the cellar and shouted at the cellar's door, "Calm down, all of you." His voice, which had the attribute of roar, once again calmed everyone down and made them feel much more at ease. Wu Haoyang was indignant. Damn it, why did this happen on the first day? Wu Haoyang was a student of the Northern Military School. Students did not have many holidays, but during the New Year, they had 3 days off. However, this phenomenon happened during these 3 days. There were patrols and soldiers on duty in the school, but none of them were teleported over. Wu Haoyang was the only one who was teleported over from the half of the teaching building and a training field. Even the Star Warrior, sir, who was on night watch in the teaching building, was in the other half of the teaching building and did not enter. If it was during the start of school, there would definitely be a lot of Star Warrior students in the training field. At least there wouldn't be no helpers. The holiday was only for 3 days, and Wu Haoyang did not go home at all. He did not expect that he would not be able to go home at all. These civilians were rescued by Wu Haoyang in the streets and buildings of the special terrain outside the school in the past half a month. As the Northern Military School was built near the sea, they were relatively safe as long as they did not step into the sea, regardless of what creatures there were in the sea. Moreover, on the school's side, the terrain of the entire human society had also been transmitted over, so there were no treacherous terrains such as forests, and there were human buildings for protection. Because it was near the sea, terrestrial astral beasts rarely came close. Therefore, Wu Haoyang tried his best to escort all the people he rescued to the teaching building. However, he did not expect to encounter an ice demon wandering around the school building when he returned from this trip. Brother Haoyang, don't go. It's too dangerous. They might not be able to find us. Li Jie's voice came again. Wu Haoyang turned his head and saw Li Jie, who looked worried. Li Jie was also found by Wu Haoyang in the special residential area. He was a high school student and a Star Warrior. It was said that he was setting off firecrackers downstairs when he was teleported over. Who would have thought that as soon as the whip was released, he would collapse in the mutated ball? Fortunately, only a small part of the residential area was teleported over. At this moment, there were nearly 20 civilians in the cellar, all of whom were residents of Li Jie's building. I've brought back the corpse of the frozen walker for you. Eat it sparingly. If I don't come back within a day, you can also find an opportunity to continue heading to the sea. Wu Haoyang stuffed the ice demon star bead into Li Jie's hand. Wu Haoyang continued, "The closer we get to the sea, the fewer terrestrial astral beasts there are. The marine astral beasts won't go ashore." Li Jie said, "Brother Haoyang." Wu Haoyang squeezed Li Jie's shoulder with his broad palm and said, "But be careful. Look for seashores without forests. Otherwise, the Ice Clan, the Tree Family, and even the rare Savage Clan may occupy them. Remember, go to the beach, dig pits, and build shelters. Don't go near any forests." Wu Haoyang then left quickly with the green dragon crescent blade. Li Jie looked at the back view that was gradually getting further away in the snow, feeling complicated. He knew Wu Haoyang from television. At that time, Wu Haoyang was still competing in the Star Warrior World Cup. However, Wu Haoyang didn't know Li Jie or any of these civilians. Dozens of seconds later, Li Jie heard a roar in the layers of snow. Li Jie vaguely felt a hint of fighting spirit rising in him. Even at such a distance, those astral beasts would definitely be raring to go and fight in the range of Wu Haoyang's roar. Battle cry? He was provoking a battle. Then he lured away all the astral beasts that came here because of the roar. Damn it. Li Jie waved his fist in anger. He had just reached the early nebulous stage, so he felt the despair of being powerless. "Shaoli, come in and hide." In the cellar, the bespectacled man hurriedly shouted, "Hide well. Don't let the astral beast see you." Li Jie's emotions were extremely complicated. Hearing this, he lowered his head and looked at the man in the cellar indignantly. The man smiled apologetically and kept waving at Li Jie. "Come down quickly. So many people rely on you and need your protection. Wu Haoyang is so powerful. He will definitely come back. He definitely will, don't worry. Wu Haoyang was dressed in a combat suit and sprinted in the snow while roaring. However, he attracted 4 ice demons and 5 frozen walkers. Wu Haoyang's expression was extremely sullen. Oh no, such a composition of astral beasts means that there's an ice spirit in this team. Under normal circumstances, the ice demons would gather together and the frozen walkers would also form teams. However, the 2 species would not form a large team. There is only one creature that could gather the 2 types of ice creatures, and that was the tyrant ice spirit. The ice demons and the frozen walkers would only be together and follow their highness, the tyrant, when their race and rank were suppressed. However, where is the tyrant? Why hasn't he appeared yet? While thinking about it, Wu Haoyang suddenly waved his long sword and a golden dragon rushed out of the green dragon crescent moon sword, roaring and charging towards the group of astral beasts behind. The ice demons floated up high, their faces distorted, and their resentful gazes turned into extreme resentment as they cried loudly. All of a sudden, a blizzard swept through. Ice Demon's second star technique, Snowstorm, condenses star power, combines it with natural snow, and creates a huge blizzard in a specific area. In the blink of an eye, Wu Haoyang, who was sprinting frantically, was blocked by the blizzard, and his field of vision suddenly decreased. In the rear, the several huge frozen walkers condensed ice spears in their pale hands. Like throwing javelins, they pierced into the wind and snow in front of them. Wu Haoyang immediately stopped howling. Although the frozen walkers liked the snowy environment, they were not omnipotent. As long as Wu Haoyang stopped howling, they would not be able to locate Wu Haoyang by following his voice. The blizzard created by the ice demons gave Wu Haoyang a chance to escape. Wu Haoyang was not really courting death because he had 3 roaring star techniques. The first was the Ghost Tiger Roar, which made one's fighting spirit surge and unable to resist the desire to fight. Hence, they would try their best to fight. When Wu Haoyang faced humans, even if they were rules awakened, they would still want to fight Wu Haoyang in close combat. To Wu Haoyang's surprise, the ice demons actually continued to use their star techniques in a frenzy, driven by their biological instincts. Wu Haoyang's other sound-type star technique was Roar. It could clear one's head and allow them to calm down quickly. The third sound-type star technique was the Roar from the Ghost Wolf. That star technique could make one flustered and fearful. However, it should be noted that the roar of the Ghost Wolf was different from the roar of fear of the Ghostly Fox. The Ghostly Fox's roar of fear was a gold-quality star technique that could make enemies flee in fear. It was extremely effective. However, the roar of the Ghost Wolf was of brass quality and could also make the target fearful, but not make them turn around and flee. There was a fundamental difference between the effects of the 2 star techniques. Wu Haoyang planned to lure all the star beasts out and use brass, roar crazily to annoy all the star beasts. If the other party showed a trace of fear coupled with his martial arts, he could chase away all the star beasts that had gathered. That would be the best. While Wu Haoyang was planning to do so, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Not far to the left, a human head made of illusory lines emerged from the snowy ground. Although this person's hair was disheveled, just from the appearance alone, it was a male. All ice demons were female, but Ice Spirit Tyrant was male. Among the 3 star techniques of Ice Spirit, Wu Haoyang was not afraid of the Ice Bullet and Ice Mist armor. The problem was the 3rd star technique of Ice Spirit, Platinum Quality, Ice Roar. That's going to kill me. On the other hand, Wu Haoyang's star techniques were very problematic. He was purely a battle type that pursued output and techniques, as well as various physical attributes. He did not have any defensive star techniques. In fact, such a person should not appear in the arena of the World Cup. It was because Wu Haoyang's defense was purely the physical defense of a human in the galaxy stage. The reason why he could make it so far was because of his 3 axes. He relied on the battle cry, roar, and roar to control his opponents. If he wanted to annoy the other party, he would do it. If he wanted the other party to be afraid, he would do it. Well, it might be a little biased to say that about Second Master Wu. After all, Wu Haoyang's life creed was that the best defense was output. This time, Second Master had encountered an ice spirit that was even more powerful and in a ghostly state. Huh. Wu Haoyang stomped his feet, and a burst of flames appeared. Star technique, Scorch. However, Wu Haoyang raised his aura and pointed his long sword at the tyrant that was forced to retreat by the surging flames. He then cursed loudly. "You bastard! Don't be so arrogant. You're just a bunch of price gougers. Hurry up and retreat. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Wu Haoyang's roar, which was mixed with the star technique roar, penetrated the snow and surged into the sky. While yelling, Wu Haoyang didn't slow down at all. He simply ran away quickly. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the snowstorm. Ice Spirit was dumbfounded. However, it saw that Ice Spirit's illusory face was filled with agitation and uneasiness. It suddenly raised its hand. The illusory hand darted out of the snow. All of a sudden, pieces of broken ice swept out. Platinum Ice Roar. Ice Spirit's body soared into the sky and chased after the person who was cursing while running. At the same time, Ice Spirit continuously waved its hands and smashed Ice Roar at him. "Brother, who are you scolding?" Chapter 1107. 2 days later, Alien Sphere, Liaodong Land. The Star Advent squad headed south at full speed. The Ice-Praying Forest Tribe had already taken in close to 100 ice race creatures. They were all escorted by Ice Cream and Popsicle into the Ice-Praying Forest Tribe in the Calamity Shadow world. At this time, only the Ice-Praying Forest and Ice Goblin Ice Cream Cone were left in the Star Advent squad. Of course, how could the squad find so few tribesmen all the way south? At this moment, there were already thousands of ice race and tens of thousands of trees thrown into Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow world, Liaodong Land. Jiang Zhao's development plan for the Ice-Praying Forest Tribe was the same as the White Birch Forest. They would first invest in the Ice-Praying Forest Tribe and add more than 100 tribesmen. Under the suppression of their levels, they would first integrate these new blood into the tribe to ensure the tribe's stability. After that, if the Ice-Praying Forest wanted to develop and grow stronger, they would have to fight everywhere. Hence, the current Ice-Praying Forest and Ice Cream Cone had completely transformed into tool souls. No tribesmen they summoned through their cries would be directly thrown into the tribe. Instead, they would be thrown into the same area in the Calamity Shadow world by Jiang Zhao and wait for the Tyrant Ice-Praying Forest's favor in the future. In the rain, Jiang Zhao wore a bamboo hat and a straw cape, looking like an ancient chivalrous hero. Jiang Zhao got them from the dancers. Ghost Monk didn't have cubs, so the straw cape was too big. However, the dancers had cubs, so they had smaller clothes. Jiang Zhao was still a human. He didn't strip them directly, but politely asked for one. This group of white-faced dancers did have good handiwork. Jiang Zhao's rapidly flying body suddenly came to a stop. "What's the matter?" Blind Lady, who was wearing a cloak and flying beside Jiang Zhao, stopped and turned around to ask. Jiang Zhao's eyes suddenly widened. "A human building!" Blind Lady's breathing paused. "What?" Jiang Zhao couldn't care less, directly releasing star power threads to connect everyone, his body flashing rapidly. Swoosh, 2 people and 2 souls floated in the air, but in front of them was a street lamp. Blind Lady frowned and quickly flew forward, touching the street lamp that was stained by the wind and snow, gently pinching it with her slender, jade-like hand. "Gotcha!" The Blind Lady left a few fingerprints on the metal pole of the street lamp. It was really built by humans. In the rain, Jiang Zhao's expression was extremely sullen. How could there be human buildings here? Was it a remnant of the terrain when they first fused? Jiang Zhao searched all over Beijiang and Zhongji. During the boring missions with Blind Lady day after day, he seemed to have forgotten a fact. Jiang Shao was the one who had been trapped in the alien sphere from Earth during the fusion phenomenon. Jiang Shao originally thought that such a phenomenon would only appear in the southern part of the peninsula. But now, the truth was right before their eyes. Did some regions in Huaxia also experience this phenomenon? From a geographical point of view, Liaodong was indeed closer to the southern part of the peninsula. But if that's the case, Ludong is also very close to a peninsula, isn't it? But why didn't Jiang Sun, Zhang Songfu, Little Chongyang, and the others who were on a mission in Ludong discover any human society's terrain or any earthlings who had mistakenly entered the other world? Jiang Shao floated in the air, wiped his wet face, and turned to look at the ice spirit floating behind him. He pointed in a direction below and said, "There are traces of the frozen walker over there. Go and ask if there are any humans." Bing Chilin and Egg Roll immediately floated over and found a snow bag, following Jiang Zhao's guidance. Bing Chilin's illusory lines condensed into a physical body, and she kicked it. The frozen walker was suddenly awakened by the kick. Judging from the fact that it was buried in thick snow, it had been sleeping there for a long time. The furious frozen walker got up and was about to roar, only to see a huge ice spirit. The frozen walker shriveled immediately, and its body involuntarily bowed down. It whimpered softly. Woo! The ice Chilin forest began to interrogate frozen walker. Amidst the roars, Jiang Shao floated in the sky and scanned the surroundings. In fact, he had already searched the surroundings in his tier domain. Apart from the lonely street lamp, there were no other human buildings. Huff! A strong wind blew, but Blind Lady was floating below. She stretched out her hand, and the thick snow was rolled up. Under the strong wind, the ground was gradually revealed. Jiang Shao hurriedly descended, only to see that within a few meters of the street lamp, there were pedestrian paths in human society. The colorful stone bricks with patterns had yet to fade. However, the terrain was very strange. Only within a few meters of the street lamp was human society, forming an irregular oval. Other than that, the terrain was the most primitive and undeveloped land in the alien sphere. Blind Lady said, "Where are we now?" Jiang Shao thought about it and replied, "We're at the southernmost part of Liaodong. We've already entered Liaolian City. If we head further south, we'll see the sea soon." Damn it! Jiang Shao tried his best to expand the range of the tier domain and frantically transferred star power to the entire Liaolian City. It was also at this moment that he discovered the building that belonged to the Northern Military Academy in the southernmost part. He discovered the half of the teaching building and a complete martial arts arena. Not only that, he also saw a strange residential building 2 blocks away from the Northern Military Academy. It also only had half of the building. That half of the building did not collapse. If one looked from above, it would look like the street lamp beside Jiang Shao, standing there alone. Is there more? Is there more? Jiang Shao looked anxious and murmured. The building was not important. What was important was whether there was anyone here. 3 minutes ago, in the east of the city. If it was on Earth, this should be considered a prosperous area, but this was the alien sphere, so the so-called east of the city was a forest. In the forest, a snowstorm filled the air. In the environment where visibility was extremely low, ice spikes shot out from the ground one after another, madly stabbing at the trapped figures. The figure was covered in blood, and his clothes were torn. His face, which should have been extraordinarily heroic, was now filled with endless exhaustion. After fighting for the whole night, the mighty and majestic figure was now staggering as if he could fall at any time. Psst! With a soft sound, an ice thorn emerged from the ground. The strong figure suddenly tilted, but after many days of high-intensity combat, his extremely tired body seemed to have lost strength in his legs. He did not completely dodge the ice thorns that emerged from the ground. The sharp ice crystal thorns brushed past his strong arm, staining it with a bit of red blood and also a bit of flesh. Wu Haoyang stomped hard on the ground, and the raging flames surged. The flames were not strong, but they could still collapse and melt the surrounding ice thorn ocean. Wu Haoyang's eyes were a little dazed. Have you ever felt despair? No matter where he went, there was a snowstorm. He did not even know where he was or if he was walking in circles. The violent snowstorm had long made him lose his sense of direction, even if there was a building, even if there was a place for him to hide. Having said that, any building would be useless. Even if he blasted a hole on the ground and made a cave, it would not be able to stop the illusory line creatures. Physical fortifications were useless against the illusory line creatures like the Ice Spirit and Ice Demon. No matter how hard Wu Haoyang tried, he still could not find a way out. No matter how many trees he chopped, how many ice demons and frozen walkers he dodged, or even risked his life to seriously injure an ice spirit. But, following the miserable cries of the ice demons, there was still an endless stream of creatures chasing after him. One day, 2 days, this was what it felt like to be at the limit. The physical exhaustion was far less than the mental exhaustion. As a melee fighter, he did not have the endurance, nor did he have the ability to heal his body and mind. As a peak galaxy warrior, it was really his limit for him to last until now. Wu Haoyang brandished his long saber mechanically and forced another frozen walker to retreat. The star power in his body was almost depleted. When did all of this start? Previously, he was lucky enough to escape the attack of the first ice spirit and headed all the way to the north of the city. However, a day ago, he provoked the second ice spirit and the ice roar landed heavily on his feet. Wu Haoyang's reaction was rather fast. He was extremely experienced in dealing with star techniques like the ice roar. As soon as the ice spirit raised its hand, Wu Haoyang leaped and dodged most of the damage from the ice roar. However, his calf was drenched in blood. As he continued to lose blood, he dragged his injured body and attacked the ice spirit crazily. Without the help of the ice demon blizzard, Wu Haoyang knew that he would not be able to escape. A series of golden dragons surged outwards. Both parties were injured in that battle. Fortunately, the ice spirit in the strange ball was very intelligent and did not continue to chase after him. Instead, it chose to rest and recuperate, or secretly chase after Wu Haoyang from afar. Wu Haoyang had no idea what the ice spirit was planning. The only thing he knew was that if they were on Earth, the ice spirit would not care about its injuries at all and would instead choose to pursue him desperately. Wu Haoyang fled desperately and finally got rid of the danger temporarily. He also found a place to rest. He tore off his clothes and bandaged his legs. However, there were creatures of the Ice Clan who quickly chased after the smell of blood. Wu Haoyang, who had a perception-type star technique, immediately reacted and continued to flee. However, his bandaging skills seemed to be rather poor. The Ice Clan creatures that were everywhere were attracted by the Star Warriors who were running for their lives. Ever since the snowstorm enveloped Wu Haoyang, he had never left the range of the violent snowstorm. He couldn't even see the creatures that were 3 meters away from him. He kept retreating while fighting. If another ice soul rushed over at this moment, he would probably be minced into a pile of broken limbs and minced meat. No, why would he need an ice spirit to reap his life in such a desperate situation? Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Wu Haoyang wiped his bloody face and suddenly burst into laughter. His extremely tired eyes suddenly became bright and spirited, as if he had a sudden burst of energy. Wherever he looked, the green dragon crescent blade would sweep out. He did not intend to use the astral power that had already been depleted. No matter what, I'm going to die. Although Wu Haoyang did not know where he was, he felt that he had lured the creatures far enough away from the teaching building. This should be the north of the city. I hope that's the case. Bang. Wu Haoyang pushed away the ice spear that suddenly appeared in front of him. Ever since Wu Haoyang burst into laughter, countless ice spears were thrown at him in the snowstorm. Clearly, Wu Haoyang's laughter made the frozen walkers, who were also lost, quickly determine the location of their target. Wu Haoyang used the last bit of star power to activate the star technique war puppet and provoke all the creatures in the snowstorm. He yelled, "Come! Come! I'm here! Ha ha! I'm right here! Pissed! Pissed! Pissed!" Before the ice spears of the frozen walkers arrived, the ice spikes of the ice demon had already arrived. 9 sharp ice spikes suddenly emerged from the ground around Wu Haoyang and even formed a circle around him. His abdomen, back, arms, thighs. The person who had just had a burst of energy was pierced and nailed to the ground in the snowstorm. Next, the ice spears struck and penetrated Wu Haoyang's body again and again. Him. Wu Haoyang looked up at the snowstorm, and his laughter stopped abruptly. An ice spear pierced his throat and windpipe, depriving him of the right to laugh. Very well. In the end, I died standing. Wu Haoyang's vision darkened, and his last thought was to feel something wet and cold. Is it raining? Phew! A huge pillar of light suddenly appeared. The holy blessing light pillar immediately enveloped Wu Haoyang, who had been pierced and nailed to the ground. Ring, ring, ring. A series of crisp and melodious bell sounds suddenly sounded. Whoosh! 9 thick and pitch-black rays of light quietly appeared on the bodies of the frozen walkers that were surrounding them. Then they rushed into the beam of light of blessing and connected to the bodies of the warriors inside. The expressions of the frozen walkers that surrounded him suddenly changed, and there was a trace of fear on their pale faces. They felt that the star power and vitality in their bodies had suddenly decreased by a small amount. Star Advent. All living beings retreat. It's going to continue tomorrow. It's the end of the month. Please vote for the little toxic healer. Chapter 1108. The blind woman flew over quickly in the air. The illusory long whip in her hand danced wildly, lashing out at the illusory lines of the ice demons, causing their mournful cries to be filled with boundless terror. A ghostly silhouette flickered rapidly in the rain. The huge blood-red blade left deep slashes on the throats of the frozen walkers one after another. The ice demon Ice Cone hesitated for a moment and did not attack. However, the Ice Soul Ice Prayer Forest reached out with both hands and smashed a series of ice roars towards the ice race that came after hearing the news. Get lost! Seeing that the chief was about to attack, Ice Cone lowered her eyes and slowly reached out with both hands. Whoosh! The sea of ice spikes appeared again, but the sharp ice spikes were facing outwards like a blooming ice flower that surrounded the battlefield in the middle. One after another, the ice demons were struck by the illusionary whip and turned into astral beads that fell to the ground. One by one, the deathly pale bodies of the frozen walkers had their throats slit and were lying on the ground in disarray. Go, Jiang Shao said. After Jiang Shao said that, the ice prayer forest and the ice cream cone flew towards the ice race hunters who were hesitating to move forward. The lines of countercurrent light had long been cut off, and bell that shuttled back and forth between Wu Haoyang and the blind lady had also gradually dissipated. The huge pillar of light in front of them had already disappeared, leaving only a puddle of holy light on the snow. Jiang Shao was more than 10 centimeters above the ground and slowly drifted towards the figure that was pinned to the ground by countless ice spikes and ice spears. To be exact, he was rooted to the ground. Under the series of healing star techniques, Wu Haoyang's flesh and blood had already melted and broken the ice. His wounds had long healed, and the ice spikes that penetrated his body had been driven out. Kacha! Jiang Shao broke the ice spikes in front of Wu Haoyang's chest that were supporting his majestic body. The side effects of blessing had yet to subside, and Wu Haoyang opened his eyes in a daze, only to see a blurry face in front of him. It seemed rather familiar. What the person said next sounded even more familiar. Jiang Shao grabbed Wu Haoyang's arm and carried him over his shoulder. He asked softly, "Did I let you die?" "Huh." Wu Haoyang had yet to regain consciousness, but he sneered and hung his head low while muttering, "Jiang Xiaopi, I can't get rid of you even after becoming a ghost. With me here, you can't do anything." Jiang Shao lifted his shoulders and stabilized Wu Haoyang's body. "I was born to snatch people from the king of hell." "Huh." Wu Haoyang sneered and tried his best to open his eyes. A trace of clarity gradually returned to his dazed eyes. At the next moment, Wu Haoyang's eyes widened in shock. "Jiang Xiaopi." Jiang Shao carried Wu Haoyang's body and left the area of the holy light. Seeing that the side effects had passed, Jiang Shao placed Wu Haoyang on the ground and asked smilingly, "Why? Isn't the man of your dreams a hero? One day, he will wear a bamboo hat, a straw raincoat, and come to save you in the rain?" Wu Haoyang raised his head and looked at Jiang Shao in a daze. Jiang Shao was indeed wearing a loose straw raincoat, which was exactly the same as the Ghost Monk clan and the Dancer clan. "Where is this place? Earth?" Wu Haoyang hurriedly looked around, only to see that the layers of snow had already dissipated, and there were corpses lying all over the ground. Jiang Shao said, "The mutated ball. What a coincidence. You came to the mutated ball too?" Wu Haoyang looked at Jiang Shao in disbelief. "The world is so big, yet you just happened to come to Liaodong and found me?" Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "It's not a coincidence. It's a coincidence that I saved you at the right time. It's not a coincidence that I'm searching for China with my teammates. As long as you persist long enough, we'll meet sooner or later as long as you're still on this land. My heavy rain has covered the entire city. I didn't just bump into you. I came for you." Jiang Shao took off his straw raincoat, floated in front of Wu Haoyang, and wrapped the loose raincoat around him. He continued, "If I knew you were here, I wouldn't have gone through Beijiang and Zhongji before coming here." Wu Haoyang was about to say something, but he saw Jiang Zhao's solemn expression. He asked, "When I was searching Beijiang and Zhongji, I didn't find any human society, nor did I find any humans. I only saw you here in Liaolian City. Do you know if there are any other areas in China that have experienced the strange phenomenon of the fusion of the mutated ball and earth like Liaolian City?" Wu Haoyang couldn't care less and hurriedly said, "In the teaching building of my school, there are a few citizens that I've rescued. They're all hiding in the underground cave of the lecture hall on the first floor. Let's go." While speaking, Wu Haoyang suddenly stopped talking, because he saw an ice soul and an ice demon gathering a team of Ice Clan not far away. As a dojon, Wu Haoyang subconsciously blocked Jiang Shao with one hand. "Your tears have covered the entire city. Can't you see the danger in front of you?" His subconscious action warmed Jiang Zhao's heart. How badly has Second Master Wu been tortured? However, that was still his first reaction when he encountered a crisis. From another perspective, medical auxiliary-type Star Warriors were really popular. Protecting medical Star Warriors had already been imprinted in the subconscious of the combat Star Warriors. However, "I'm not an ordinary healer," Jiang Shao said. "That's my teammate. I'll explain later. Let them gather the team first. Let's go to your school to take a look." Jiang Shao nodded at the blind lady and flashed with Wu Haoyang, appearing in front of the strange teaching building of the Northern Military Academy. Wu Haoyang felt his vision blur. After reacting for a second, he couldn't be bothered anymore. He hurriedly pointed in a direction and said, "Over there, that lecture hall." "Okay." Jiang Shao flashed again with Wu Haoyang and entered the lecture hall. However, this place was already covered by a thin layer of snow. It might be because of the low temperature, or because there were ice demons wandering around. "Li!" Wu Haoyang yelled loudly and dashed into the lecture hall. He ran to the wooden cellar door that was hidden by the table. Wu Haoyang lifted the table with one hand, squatted down, and pulled open the wooden door of the cellar. Below, there was a young man who was climbing upwards with a joyful expression. "Brother Haoyang." Li Shi's face was filled with ecstasy. He quickly crawled out and hugged Wu Haoyang, who was dripping wet. Brother Haoyang sob, sob, sob. The young high school student hugged Wu Haoyang and burst into tears. However, after crying for a while, Li Yi seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly stopped crying. Although his eyes were red, he dared not make any sound, for fear of attracting the Ice Clan star beasts. Wu Haoyang finally felt relieved and said, "You guys are still here. You didn't go to the beach." "Yes, no one dares to leave. The school has been very peaceful these few days. There are no star beasts wandering around. We've been eating the meat of the frozen walker that you dragged back previously. When we're thirsty, we'll drink snow water. Until now," Li Yi said softly and took a step back. Inadvertently, Li Yi saw Jiang Shao, who was dressed in pajamas not far away. Jiang Zhao's raincoat had already been given to Wu Haoyang, whose clothes were tattered. Li Yi was instantly stunned. He said in disbelief, "Pai, God Pai, what does this mean? Was God Pai teleported here while he was sleeping?" Jiang Zhao nodded and smiled. He looked at the unfamiliar child and said softly, "You must have suffered a lot." Li Yi's emotions were indeed stirred up, and his attention was diverted. He pursed his lips and lowered his head slightly. Wu Haoyang jumped into the cellar, and a pungent and unpleasant smell assaulted his nostrils. However, it was nothing to Wu Haoyang. Seeing that Wu Haoyang had returned, the dispirited men, women, and children immediately felt much better and were in high spirits. Wu Haoyang is back. Star Warrior, he's finally back. Xiao Wu, are you hurt? Wu Haoyang had mixed feelings when he heard the concerned voices, especially when they asked him if he was hurt. However, he nodded solemnly. Jiang Zhao used the star power thread to connect to Li Yi in the classroom and flashed into the cellar. With the help of the light that shone from the cellar door, Jiang Zhao looked around and his heart tensed up. As far as the eye could see, it was a scene of agony. The scene was extremely tragic. This group of people hadn't seen sunlight for too long, and they were living in this cold, dark cellar, trembling with fear. Their bodies had suffered incomparably heavy blows, and their souls had also experienced cruel torture. A few of them were sick and coughing continuously. Perhaps they had caught a bad cold, but they covered their mouths and tried not to make a sound when they coughed. "Close the cellar door," Jiang Zhao said, and spread his hands. Li immediately snapped back to his senses and hurriedly climbed up the chairs and benches that were stacked together. He then spread his hands and searched the classroom floor before grabbing the simple wooden door and covering the entrance of the cellar. The expected darkness did not arrive. Li Yi was shocked to discover that the cellar that was supposed to be dark was shrouded by a ray of holy light. Li Yi hurriedly turned to look, only to see Jiang Zhao open his palm, and a ray of light that was emitting a ray of holy light rose straight up and connected to the ceiling before spreading out. A thin layer of light spread out and dyed the entire ceiling of the cellar. Then, the dreamlike rain of light sprinkled down. Specks of light landed on the weak and panic-stricken people. It was like a spring rain that moistened everything silently. They did not recognize the magical star technique, but ever since Jiang Zhao cast it, they had no intention of stopping or escaping. It was because the holy and pure white pillar of light did not seem to be a terrifying star technique. At least, it seemed to be a special healing star technique, judging from its appearance. However, what the civilians, including Wu Haoyang and Li Yi, did not expect was that when the rain of light landed on them, the cold and smelly cellar seemed to have become heaven. Body, soul, double healing. Although the increase in vitality was slow, it was only relative to the violent pillar of light. Their weak bodies were gradually filled with strength, and their cold limbs gradually warmed up. All of that was real and could be clearly felt. Mom, I'm hungry." All of a sudden, a tender voice sounded. The mother hugged her child and curled up in the corner. She raised her head and stared blankly at the enchanting beam of light. Suddenly, she heard her child's voice. She lowered her head in ecstasy and hugged her child's head tightly in her arms. "Boo-hoo, you're awake. Baby, you're awake." Under the rain of light, she actually burst into tears and cried out loud. A series of kisses landed on the boy's dirty hair like raindrops. Looking at the child who had been sick for a long time and had not spoken for a long time, the people in the cellar smiled in surprise. Thank you. The mother seemed to have reacted and looked up at Jiang Zhao while murmuring and thanking him continuously. Thank you. As the first voice of gratitude sounded, a steady stream of gratitude sounded in the cellar too. Under the rain of light, Jiang Zhao looked around at the people in the cellar whose bodies had been healed and who no longer had looks of horror on their faces. He nodded gently and responded to everyone, but in his heart, he recalled the question he asked himself during the national high school competition. A star map is worth 10,000 books. What is the will of the heavens? The will lies here. Star power upgrade. Galaxy stage level 4. 12, 17, 20. Chapter 1109. He added more chapters for the leader of Tino 9494. Wu Haoyang looked at Jiang Shao silently and watched as he released his star technique. However, he did not disturb him. Under the rain of light, although these ordinary people were still hungry, their condition rapidly improved, and their bodies were recovering in all aspects. Wu Haoyang looked at their faces that were quickly becoming rosy, but he felt that something was amiss. Why are there two missing? Wu Haoyang tugged at Li Jie. Li Jie. Huh? Li Jie turned to look at Wu Haoyang. There's something wrong with a number of people. That bespectacled man, what's his name again? There's another one that... Wu Haoyang tried his best to recall the appearance of the two men. Even though Wu Haoyang had personally rescued these people, after escorting them back, Wu Haoyang had to search everywhere for other refugees. His task was so heavy that even now, he couldn't remember all the names of these more than 30 people. Upon hearing this, Li Jie fell silent. Jiang Shao turned his head and frowned slightly. That was because he noticed the complicated expression on Li Jie's face. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a complicated expression on a 16-year-old child's face. It was so complicated that Jiang Shao couldn't even understand it. Guilt? Anger? Fear? What exactly does that mean? To Wu Haoyang's astonishment, not only did Li Jie, who had always been obedient, not respond, but the civilians also did not respond. As Wu Haoyang glanced around, everyone looked away. Wu Haoyang frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Silence. Endless silence. Brother Haoyang. Li Jie stammered. Before he could say anything, an old man who was curled up on the ground suddenly spoke up. "Xiao Wu." Huh? Wu Haoyang turned to look at the old man. The old man's dry lips trembled slightly as he said, "Shaoli made his own choice and protected all of us." Upon hearing this, Wu Haoyang was stunned. It seemed that something had happened in the dark cellar during the few days that he was away. While Jiang Shao was releasing the blessing rain, his eyes turned into 9-star eyes. What exactly happened? What made a child have such a complicated expression on his face? After going back in time, Jiang Shao discovered that they were still eating barbecue an hour before he and Wu Haoyang returned. Roasted meat sounded like a delicious word. However, the meat that people ate was the meat of the frozen walker. In the scene that kept rewinding, Jiang Shao also saw Li Yi holding the roasted meat in his hand and retreating to the frozen soil on the wall. He then pressed the meat onto the corpse of the frozen walker. Last night, Jiang Shao finally saw the two missing men. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and rewound a large chunk of time before choosing to play it normally. In the quiet and dark cellar, the bespectacled man and another middle-aged man quietly got up and moved closer to Li Jie, as if they were plotting something. The flickering bonfire served as a backdrop to the two men's efforts to convince each other, as well as Li Jie's incredulous expression. Through the movement of their lips, Jiang Shao seemed to have read some keywords. Time to move, not enough food, let's go, these people are a burden, drag us down. Jiang Shao watched all of this silently. Standing in the world of time reversal, he thought of the group of old and weak people in the cellar and understood something. Judging from Li Jie's reaction, he obviously did not agree with the two men's proposal. But did something happen after he refused? The two men seemed to be trying their best to lower their voices as they argued and persuaded him. Li Jie simply stood up, picked up the steel basin, and went out to collect snow water. The two men looked at each other resentfully, and the accident happened 20 minutes later. In for a penny, in for a pound? Did the two of them really treat Li Jie like a child that they could bully at will? Were they going to act first and report later? Were they determined to defeat Li Jie? No matter what they did, Li Jie would eventually become soft-hearted and continue to provide shelter for them. When a bespectacled man slowly approached an old man who was sleeping, everything changed. The old man was a light sleeper. In such an environment, he could not sleep well at all. After feeling some movement beside him, the old man opened his eyes, but before he could scream, a hand had already covered his mouth, and he could only make muffled sounds. Then, the bespectacled man took out a long iron nail from his pocket with his left hand. Bang! At that moment, Li Jie carefully opened the cellar door and jumped down with a basin full of snow. When he saw the scene before him, the steel basin in his hand fell to the ground. Li Jie hurried to stop it, but he was a step too late. The iron nail had already pierced into the old man's abdomen. What followed was a scene of chaos in the cellar. Struggling to survive in such an environment indeed affected people's minds, but also infinitely magnified the characteristics of human nature hidden deep in one's heart. Jiang Xiao saw Li Jie pressing the man to the ground and asking loudly. He also kicked away the bespectacled man's companion, who tried to stop him. A young girl hurried to the old man's side and helped him press his abdomen. The others, on the other hand, used their hands and feet to stay away from the old man, hiding far away. Jiang Xiao took a step forward and walked towards the man who was subdued by Li Jie. Jiang Xiao slowly squatted down and looked at the agitated man with his 9-star eyes, who was cursing and swearing. All have to die. He's lived long enough. Waste, drag us down. The series of keywords, coupled with the man's deranged expression, made Jiang Xiao know that the man had broken down emotionally. In such a special environment, it was not unusual for him to do anything. Perhaps he wanted more survival resources for himself. Or perhaps, with one less civilian, the man would have more opportunities to receive Li Jie's care and protection. Jiang Xiao put away the candlelight blessing. As the sparkles dissipated, Li Jie hurriedly added a few branches to the bonfire. However, when the people in the cellar saw where Jiang Xiao was squatting, their originally blissful and intoxicated expressions were replaced with horror. Of course, the people in the cellar knew what had happened at the place where Jiang Xiao was squatting. Jiang Xiao's strange 9-star eyes also made them tremble with fear. A star warrior was born to be a terrifying profession. Even though Jiang Xiao had just treated their bodies and minds and showed great kindness, a star warrior was still a high and mighty god to the civilians. In Jiang Xiao's pitch-black eyes, the dazzling 9-star array appeared. The first impression that it gave to ordinary people was definitely not beauty, but horror. Under normal social order, the commoners might not have too many thoughts because there was order, law, and punishment. However, in this alien ball without any order, life and death were indeed a matter that could be decided by some star warriors. If this powerful star warrior really knew what happened a day ago, how would he react? Would Li Jie be punished? When the incident happened, some people stepped forward to help, while others hid far away. There were more than 30 people, which was enough to outline a scene of a multitude of people. What kind of impression would the star warrior have of their truest reactions at that time? The only thing that could give them hope was Jiang Xiao's reputation. Most people recognized Jiang Xiao, the person who was active in the World Cup. On television and on Weibo, no matter how mischievous and friendly the so-called mischievous god seemed, it was all useless at this moment. Even the title of the World Cup champion could not make them feel at ease. The only thing that made them feel a little relieved was that this little toxic healer was a wasteland reclaimer. During his second World Cup campaign, he was a wasteland reclaimer from the capital Star Warriors University. If he was a soldier, he would probably, while everyone was still in a state of complicated emotions, Jiang Xiao had already put away the 9-star eyes. There was no need for Jiang Xiao to watch what happened next, nor did he want to. He walked up to the white-haired old man, squatted down, and lifted up the old man's tattered clothes with one hand. He also saw the tightly bandaged, blood-stained cloth on the old man's lower abdomen. "Have you recovered?" Jiang Xiao asked. It was all thanks to Jiang Xiao's timely arrival and the accident that happened last night. Otherwise, even if the old man's wound was simply bandaged, he might not have survived. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, "Now, I'm fine." All of a sudden, everyone in the cellar completely understood that the powerful Star Warrior had already found out the ins and outs of the matter without any questions. All of a sudden, everyone became nervous. Okay. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Shao turned around and said to Wu Haoyang, I have a high-quality living space that's very safe. I'm going to send them in. Huh? Wu Haoyang raised his eyebrows. After seeing Jiang Zhao's special beam of light and the terrifying nine-star eyes, Wu Haoyang's psychological endurance seemed to have increased. In comparison, he was more eager to know what Jiang Shao saw with that magical eye technique just now. The others in the cellar heaved a sigh of relief. The young man's action of lifting the old man's clothes clearly showed that he already knew something, but it seemed that he did not intend to continue the topic. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Shao directly opened the door of the Calamity World. All of a sudden, a warm aura surged into the cellar from the door. Come on. Jiang Shao took the lead and walked in. Everyone looked at each other, but the old man refused to pass on the responsibility. He struggled to get up and walk straight in. A wave of heat rushed over, and the old man stood rooted to the ground in a daze. The blue sky, the white clouds, the beach, and the sea, to suddenly walk into this place from that dark, dry, and cold environment was truly like walking into heaven. At the back, the civilians in tattered clothes walked in and covered their eyes with their hands. Jiang Shao said, according to the Earth's coordinates, this is North America, an ancient island near the Tropic of Cancer. The temperature in winter is also above 20 degrees Celsius. You guys should survive here first. After saying that, Jiang Zhao's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. The people who broke into the place from the dim environment gradually adapted to the light and looked around in a daze. In the next second, Jiang Shao appeared in front of everyone with Jiang Shao. After that, Jiang Shao left again. When he came back, he brought 8 flower plate cows with him. The flower plate cows did not care about the people, but they were very dissatisfied with the environment under their feet. In the blink of an eye, the terrain changed and flowers bloomed. Jiang Shao waved at Wu Haoyang and Li Jie, who were also stunned, and walked out of the door of the Calamity World with the two of them. Jiang Shao, who had just arrived, felt everyone's gaze. He casually opened the door of his calamity space. A hand that was as white as jade stretched out from within, and it carried out a bag that was filled with clothes. As the door closed, Jiang Shao gestured to the huge bag on the ground and said, there are clothes inside. Choose what you can wear. After saying that, he continued, I will build wooden houses for you first. Tell me if you want to live together. I will see how many houses are suitable. In the future, China will be filled with star beasts, so let the people live here. This is a typical tropical rainforest climate, warm all year round, suitable for human survival. While Jiang Shao was settling the civilians, Jiang Shao and the other two once again entered the dark and cold cellar in the alien sphere. Everything that happened just now was so unreal that Li Jie had yet to react. Jiang Shao pressed one hand on Li Jie's shoulder and said softly in the darkness, some star warriors may live their whole lives without having to face those things. It seems that this world is not friendly to you. Li Jie pursed his lips and remained silent. It's all in the past. Jiang Shao patted Li Jie's shoulder. In the dimly lit cellar, Li Jie did not care if the two of them could see clearly. He nodded his head heavily. He did not like such an experience. If he had a choice, he would go back to half a month ago and guarantee that he would never go downstairs to set off those firecrackers. I recommend an anti-conventional novel, I Am the Mythological Creator by XINE. The protagonist is very unrestrained and is the new popular Enlightenment genre. The whole process is refreshing. Those who like it should read it. There is still one more chapter at 20 points. Chapter 11:10. Under Jiang Zhao's consolation, Li Ji also entered the ancient island of North America in the Calamity World and became a high school village official. Jiang Shao found it hard to imagine what kind of changes Li Ji was going through at this moment. If it was in an ordinary society, there might be professionals who would come to give Li Ji psychological counseling. But here, there was none. While Jiang Shao was making tree hats and wooden houses for the people, Li Ji had been following Jiang Shao silently. Perhaps he could still feel a trace of warmth when he stood beside Jiang Shao. Li Ji was still an underage child and really shouldn't go through all that. If it was possible, Jiang Shao would be willing to bring Li Ji along with him, but he was only in the early nebula stage. He was too weak. At least compared to the creatures on the alien ball, Li Ji was too weak. The intensity of the Celestial Advent team's missions was so high that it was infuriating. It was really not the work and rest schedule that an ordinary Star Warrior should have. Jiang Shao brought Wu Haoyang to the martial arts hall and searched carefully. In the process, he also opened his tier field to the maximum and covered the entire city. Due to the fact that it was an open and primitive terrain, Jiang Shao could see the area clearly at a glance. Only the people hidden in the dilapidated human buildings could avoid Jiang Zhao's tier field. Jiang Shao brought Wu Haoyang along and searched the strange residential building. He didn't find any humans, but he was still a little worried. He even summoned the humming whale and let out a whale cry. In the process of searching, Jiang Shao also asked Wu Haoyang how he came in and which other parts of China experienced the fusion phenomenon. Wu Haoyang, who was directly teleported in, did not know any information at all. After confirming that there were no civilians, Jiang Shao brought Wu Haoyang back to the east of the city, where Bing Qi Lin and Ice Cream Cone had already formed a team. Without saying a word, Jiang Shao opened the space door beside Bing Qi Lin. Wu Haoyang's expression changed, and he hurriedly yelled, "Xiaopi, you just let them in." Jiang Shao nodded at Wu Haoyang and said, "Don't worry, behind this door is not the ancient island of North America, but China's Liaodong." "You saved some civilians?" Blind Lady asked. "Yes." Jiang Shao thought about it and didn't tell her the story. Instead, he turned to look at Wu Haoyang. He gestured to Blind Lady and said, "Third last, my teammate." Wu Haoyang was a fourth-year student in the Northern Military Academy. He was about to face the choice of team, so he came into contact with some things that others did not know. He had some understanding of the famous Tail Feather, especially after the Tail Feather Brigade was stationed in the Great Jiang. That was the holy land that some military academy students yearned for. Unfortunately, military academy cadets couldn't join this light-chasing team directly. They had to start from the lowest ranks of the Northwestern Night Guards. In the famous Tail Feather Brigade, there were only 2 tail feathers, the second tail and the 9th tail. Wu Haoyang knew. Second last was the highest commander of the Tail Feather Brigade. Nine-tailed was the little toxic healer who had fought with him from the high school league to the World Cup. However, he had never heard of Third Tail. It turned out that she had always been in the alien ball. Wu Haoyang introduced himself, Wu Haoyang. The blind lady nodded slightly and said calmly, "Star Power Realm and Star Technique." Wu Haoyang was a little stunned and opened his mouth, but he eventually turned to look at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao said, "Tell me, this is a sign that she's accepting you. She won't take a liking to just anyone." Wu Haoyang sneered and said, "I'm only at the peak of the galaxy realm. I definitely won't be able to catch your eye." "Not necessarily." Jiang Shao watched as groups of people entered the Calamity Shadow world under Bing Qilin's command and said casually, "You laughed heartily just now, and how you died on the battlefield. Maybe that will add a lot of points to her heart." Jiang Shao then turned to look at Wu Haoyang with a pair of burning eyes and a complicated smile. "You're a man." Wu Haoyang looked at Jiang Zhao's burning gaze. For the first time, he avoided Jiang Zhao's gaze and said, "Peak of the galaxy realm, 25 star slots. Star technique, roar, blood fangs, sharpness, perception, swiftness, heavy damage, brutality, battle howl, green glow, flame arc, scorch, body of star power, blast, golden cleansing, golden wave, purification, metal armor, attack, realization, roar." Wu Haoyang then lit up his green dragon crescent blade star map. After Wu Haoyang's introduction, the blind lady said calmly with a poker face, "I have a good impression of you because you and Jiang Shao are friends." The blind lady had long discovered that the two of them knew each other, but she did not ask about their specific relationship. Or perhaps she didn't really care. What a lunatic. Jiang Shao listened to Wu Haoyang's series of star techniques and muttered. In fact, during the World Cup, Jiang Shao had already defined Wu Haoyang as a lunatic. The reason? Naturally, it was because Wu Haoyang did not have any defensive star techniques. If it weren't for the fact that he was going to participate in the World Cup, he probably wouldn't even be willing to absorb a purification star technique. All his star techniques were enhanced with power, agility, and speed. All his other star techniques were enhanced with offensive techniques. That was also a typical battle in the three northern provinces. They were all on the arsenal route, and the star techniques were all about magnification and brutality. He did not have any star techniques like the Shadow series from Tianjin or the Fugitive from Yin and Zhao. Jiang Shao said, "Since you haven't gone to Star C yet, absorbing star beads won't increase your star techniques. You can change the quality of your star techniques." Wu Haoyang asked, "Huh?" Jiang Shao said, "I came all the way from Beijiang to the south. Your brass quality green glow, silver quality heavy strike, brutality, flame arc, scorch, and gold quality body of star power can all be replaced with high quality ones. In addition, the star technique you learned from the ghost tiger under the damning star is exactly the same as the star bead of the Peninsula King Kong tiger. You can use the King Kong tiger star bead to exchange for high quality star techniques. We have too many King Kong tiger star beads in stock, enough for you to eat like candy." Hearing this, Wu Haoyang's expression was extremely interesting. As the Ice Clan army entered, Jiang Shao also closed the space door. Bing Qilin and Egg Roll floated beside Jiang Shao, also using their illusory eyes to look at the newcomer. Wu Haoyang was chased by the creatures of the Ice Clan and almost died there. Hence, he definitely wouldn't have a good impression of the creatures of the Ice Clan. At this moment, it was already good enough that he could restrain himself from lifting his sword. Of course, given Wu Haoyang's current star technique configuration, it seemed a little difficult to fight a Diamond Eye Soul and a Platinum Ice Demon. If he could turn star techniques into martial techniques after advancing to the Starfall stage, he might be able to fight them. But for now, the best choice was to use the star technique Roar to confuse the enemy's mind and escape quickly. Jiang Shao once again opened the door of the Calamity Shadow World, after which a slender and fair hand emerged with a bag. Wu Haoyang raised his eyebrows slightly and could tell that it was a woman's hand. This little toxic healer was hiding a woman in his wonderful world. Wu Haoyang only saw the woman's hand, but he didn't know that it had traversed multiple spaces to hand over the bag. Inside the door of the Calamity Shadow World that Jiang Shao opened, Jiang Shao was sticking close to the door and opening the Calamity Shadow training space. Martha's hand had traversed through 2 space doors and handed the star bead stored in the Calamity Shadow training space to Jiang Shao, who was on the alien ball. No one else knew about such a strange operation. Jiang Shao reached into his pocket and dug around. He had plenty of white ghoul star beads, ape ghoul star beads, and lava ghoul general star beads. There was even a platinum quality Ape Ghoul King star bead, which was the Ape Ghoul King that the blind lady had swallowed with the ink flower. Jiang Shao casually tossed the star bead over and said, "Open the star map and absorb it directly. Let me see how these brass and silver star beads turn gold." Wu Haoyang's eyes lit up slightly, and he grabbed the star beads that Jiang Shao threw over. Of course, he couldn't hide his desire, but he seemed to be hesitant. Jiang Shao said, "Don't worry, there's plenty of them. Don't be so particular with me now. Hurry up and absorb them. We still have to hurry on with our journey. There's still half of Liaodong that we have to search. What if someone from this land gets teleported in? Hurry up." Upon hearing this, Wu Haoyang no longer hesitated and hurriedly began to absorb them. Seeing that the brass and silver star techniques on Wu Haoyang's star map had turned gold one by one, Jiang Shao finally found the Ape Ghoul King star bead in the big bag. It was great to have an internal star map. He didn't have to identify it carefully and could just read the information directly. Jiang Shao tossed the Ape Ghoul King star bead over and said, "After the gold quality body of star power is replaced with the platinum quality body of star power, there will be a qualitative change." Why? Wu Haoyang had seen the rare savages in Liaodong, but he had never seen an ape ghoul or an ape ghoul king. Jiang Shao said, "Gold quality body of star power. 5 meters? With a platinum quality body of star power, you'll be able to reach 16 meters. You'll really become the second master. Jiang Shao then picked up the bag and handed it to the palm that emerged from the space door. On the other side, Wu Haoyang had replaced a set of high-quality star techniques, but the gold quality body of star power did not become platinum quality. It's all right, there are plenty of ape ghoul kings in my world. When we rest, I'll take you to kill a few. Jiang Shao then closed the door of the Calamity Shadow world, and the star power lines darted out again, connecting everyone's bodies. He said, "Continue with the mission. Get ready." As soon as he said that, everyone disappeared without a trace. The Star Advent team quickly searched the land of Liaodong, but after 5 days, they still couldn't find any buildings of human society or any traces of humans after searching every inch of the land. That made Jiang Shao heave a sigh of relief, and he thought to himself, perhaps it's because Liaodong is very close to the peninsula. Jiang Shao, who was still worried, flashed to Beijiang Zhongbin City, Zhongji Sanping City, and Liaodong Fengtian City, which he had never set foot in before and had deliberately left out. He searched carefully with the help of the domain tears and the whale-like roar. Jiang Shao did not find any human buildings, but the place was bustling with star beasts. Jiang Shao finally felt relieved. Earth and the alien ball did not fuse in all aspects, but only a small part of it. Yes, that must be it. At this moment, Jiang Shao had no idea that in the area under Jiangbin's jurisdiction that he had just left, or to be exact, in the upper dimension of the snowfield, there was a team of 30 people who were marching towards the portal of the upper dimension under the leadership of He Yun. Their clothes were not uniform. There were desert colors, military green colors, and black colors. They were the first batch of people to carry out the mission. They were also the 3 main teams of the Chinese army: Wasteland Reclaimer, Vigil Knight, and Mountain Crusher. At midnight the next day. Chapter 11:11. Unfortunately, the reinforcements were not very lucky. When a Wasteland Reclaimer soldier entered the snowfield of Jiannan village with countless dolls in his space, he was randomly teleported to a location that was not close to the portal in the upper snowfield. The Wasteland Reclaimer soldier opened his own Calamity Shadow space and released 29 soldiers. The 29 soldiers were the leaders of the various armies. The soldiers searched according to the map and met up with He Yun. After a long journey of nearly a month, they finally arrived at their destination. He Yun suddenly said, "It's just in front. Through this forest, there's a huge cave at the foot of the mountain. It's not easy to enter. All of you, go into your space backpacks and leave one person behind. The smaller the target, the better." The soldiers discussed for a while and decided to let the Wasteland Reclaimer soldier open the door of the Calamity Shadow space while the rest of the soldiers quickly walked in. When the remaining 29 soldiers walked into the Calamity Shadow space, they saw a group of Wasteland Reclaimers dressed in desert camouflage in the 100 square meter Calamity Shadow space. The 10 by 10 square meter Calamity Shadow space was well developed and used. There were layers of partitions all the way to the air wall at the top, and each layer was filled with soldiers. Similarly, each of the 29 soldiers had their own Calamity Shadow space, and there were a large number of elite soldiers in each of their spaces. The elite soldiers also had their own Calamity Shadow space, some of which were filled with soldiers, while some were filled with supplies. Hence, it seemed like He Yun had only brought 30 soldiers and was galloping in the upper snowfield. In fact, if they were to really line up and spread out, it would be a mighty army of 10,000 people. China was not the only country that had done that. However, only a few countries in the world knew the way to the alien planet, such as China and Kimchi. After the brief fusion between Earth and the alien planet, the other countries also began their journey to the alien planet. Perhaps in the future, the alien planet would be filled with all kinds of teams of star warriors from various countries. Of course, whether the other countries could find the correct route and how long it would take for them to enter the alien planet was another question. In the team that was galloping, He Yun was just the bait. He Yun's main body had already been left on Earth to do what Jiang Shao had once done: Pass the message. Ian didn't know whether she should cry or laugh. She was a big milkman, but she was being kept in the imperial city by her leader and wasn't allowed to go anywhere. However, Ian also knew that the mission he was carrying out was very serious and important. Hopefully, they can find Jiang Shao up there. In fact, as early as half a month ago, the names Northwest Guardians of the Night, Tail Feather Brigade, and Jiang Shao had already spread throughout the upper echelons of the Huaxia government. Ever since the strange phenomenon occurred in the land of Beijiang, it was followed by Zhongji and now Liaodong. Countless clues indicated that it was the Jiang Shao, that elder he had mentioned, which was also the doings of Jiang Xiaopi of the Tail Feather Brigade, who had mistakenly entered the strange sphere. In less than a month, although the 3 northern provinces on Earth could not be said to be peaceful, it was still relatively safe. The soldier from the Northwest Guardians of the Night had truly explained what it meant to be a backbone. At present, no one had been able to contact Nine-Tailed yet. However, everything he had done had been seen by others, and he had used another method to live stream. 5 days later, on the grassland of Daman Kingdom, Wu Haoyang lay on the grass, panting, hiding behind a small hill. He listened to the deafening explosions in the distance, as well as the sharp roars. In the past 5 days, he had personally experienced 3 things. Firstly, what was the difficulty of the mission? What was the difficulty of the mission? Secondly, running was beneficial for advancement. The faster one ran, the faster one could think. Why did he say that? Because during the process of running, Wu Haoyang advanced to the Starfall stage. Just 20 minutes ago, Wu Haoyang suddenly stopped while running. Jiang Shao and the blind lady were both stunned as they thought that he had quit the job. In the end, they did not expect Wu Haoyang to run to the Starfall stage. He figured out how to turn the Green Dragon Crescent Blade into martial arts. However, Jiang Shao was full of resentment. It's such a dangerous place, yet you're not thinking about how to carry out the mission and fight the enemy. Instead, you're thinking about your Crescent Blade technique. You're really a qualified team member. You leave all the considerations to the team leader. As a team member, all you have to do is listen to the commands and not worry at all. Thirdly, Wu Haoyang also knew that after following Jiang Shao, his strength had skyrocketed and he had become a complete fighter. As soon as he met Jiang Shao, most of his star techniques were replaced with gold quality or even platinum quality. Wu Haoyang was reluctant to admit it, but to a certain extent, Jiang Shao, who had saved his life and given him all his star techniques, was really, they were about to become his reincarnated parents, his new parents, not to mention comrades. Even sons aren't that impressive, right? No matter how much Wu Haoyang's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, he remained humble and low-key while following Jiang Shao and the blind lady. He did not seem arrogant at all. At the side, Jiang Shao whispered, "This should be the border between us and the Great Ming Empire." Rumble. There was a loud sound. While speaking, Jiang Shao subconsciously shrunk his head and hid it behind the hillside. These Arrow Mountain clan members are crazy. They even dare to attack the Bright Bird. They're all of the diamond quality. Besides, the Arrow Mountain clan has more members and they're more united, the blind lady said softly while also hiding behind the hillside. In the past, Jiang Shao and the blind lady were both floating high in the air and looking down on all living beings in a condescending manner. However, ever since they left the 3 northern provinces, the 2 of them had become mute. It was not that they couldn't do it. After all, they had already searched the entire Great Ming Empire and the 5 Eastern Alliances and proved that they were still capable. However, they had to be more careful. A group of people who wanted to destroy the world popped up at the drop of a hat. No one could stand it. The Bright Bird below the level 5 star, as well as the poisonous Ivy Flower Demon and the Seed Ghost below the level 4 star were all of the diamond quality. The group of Great Ming Empire creatures seemed to have taken drugs and were terrifyingly ferocious. Besides, apart from the Seed Ghost, all of the diamond quality creatures lived in groups. How terrible! It was Jiang Zhao's first time seeing the Arrow Mountain clan on the alien ball. In the drizzling rain, Jiang Shao sensed that the Arrow Mountain clan was densely packed, and there were probably thousands of them. Jiang Shao couldn't help but be secretly shocked. What should I do? If the gold creatures on Earth were to be promoted to platinum creatures in the alien ball, it would be fine. After all, Star Beasts were different from human Star Warriors. They did not have the benefits of turning into Star Warriors. Besides, the qualitative change of most star techniques was not silver to gold or gold to platinum. Hence, platinum Star Beasts would be stronger than gold Star Beasts, but there wouldn't be a qualitative leap. However, the Arrow Mountain clan, they're just a bunch of beasts. On Earth, they were gold and platinum creatures, but in the alien ball, they were all diamond creatures. Damn it, they're not archers. They're just huge cannons that can fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. Imagine if there were more than 1,000 Ho Mingming standing opposite you. Would you be afraid? Perhaps their intelligence was not as good as Ho Mingming's, but their output was not inferior at all. In fact, they were even better. In terms of physical fitness alone, the Arrow Mountain clan of the Diamond, Starry Sky, quality would be able to beat Ho Mingming to death with one hand. The combat nature of the Arrow Mountain clan was similar to Ho Mingming's stubborn personality. They're too strong. While he was thinking about it, a series of white arrows dashed into the sky and hung high in the air. At the next moment, countless white explosive arrows poured down. The sounds of explosions filled the air and the ground shook. Jiang Zhao's expression was a little sullen, and he felt like he was in a trench. If Earth and the alien ball were to really fuse, who would be able to resist such a violent output? Besides, the bright bird is a creature that flies in the air. Damn it, why are the Arrow Mountain clan using their Earth-based star techniques? Xiaopi, the seed ghost is here, Wu Haoyang suddenly said. What? Jiang Shao froze for a moment and thought. No wonder the Arrow Mountain clan activated their Earth-based star technique. Is it because of the arrival of the seed ghost? The seed ghost was also an illusory creature, so Jiang Zhao's tier domain couldn't detect it. He popped his head out and looked into the distance, only to see a group of black ghost heads emerging from the grass. Jiang Shao was shocked. The breeding ghoul and the bright bird were not the same species at all, so there was no such thing as support. On the contrary, when the two species met, they might even start a life-and-death war. But why did the seed ghost come to support the bright bird? Could it be that, as creatures under the starry sky, we can only bully ourselves and can't be bullied by outsiders? While he was thinking about it, he saw a dazzling flame in the sky. It was not the white flame of the explosive arrows, but the red flame. In the sky, there was a huge, burning bright bird that looked like a phoenix in myths and legends. Its entire body was fiery red. As its thick wings continued to flap, countless burning feathers rained down and bombarded the Arrow Mountain clan. Around the bright bird, there were also the pitch-black arrows of the Arrow Mountain clan flying and harassing the huge body of the bright bird. Swish from the distant territory of the Great Ming Empire. A huge ice arrow shot out and quickly rushed towards the bright bird. The bright bird was surrounded, attacked, and exploded by countless black arrows. Relying on its terrifying defense, it resisted the attack of the arrows. Just as its wings dispersed the dark mist, the huge ice arrow pierced its wings. This is impossible. The bright bird's race value is extremely high, and its defense is very strong. How could it be pierced so easily? That huge blue arrow can't be of diamond quality, right? Jiang Shao suddenly woke up. He finally knew why he was almost deceived by this group of old ghosts from Arrow Mountain. The Arrow Mountain clan cooperated very well. In front of the huge ice arrow were several armor-piercing arrows from the Arrow Mountain clan. That was why the bright bird's wings were pierced. The bright bird and the humming whale were of the same rank, but no matter how strong it was, could it be stronger than the humming whale? Facing the densely packed Arrow Mountain clan, even Jiang Shao didn't dare to throw the humming whale into the sky. He was afraid that it would be focused on. That scene was happening right in front of Jiang Shao. Screech, the bright bird wailed. F***CK. Wu Haoyang hurriedly covered his ears with his hands and sat on the grass. For bright birds, 12, 17, 20, 24. Chapter 11:12. I'll add more chapters for Speechless 36. Sound of bright bird. Emits a harsh sound that causes a sound wave attack on a single target or in an area. It also causes some mental damage. Fortunately, the crowd was not within the bright sun bird's attack range. Even so, the bright sun bird's cries still affected the crowd. Jiang Zhao's heart was also pounding. He tried to bear with it, but did not throw out Bell. The blind lady said, "The 5 Eastern Alliances are fine. Although they belong to Daming Province, they're still in the northeast region. The more we move towards the central and western regions of Daming, the more below level 5 there will be. You have to be prepared." She had once barged into this place and fled because of the bright bird star technique, as well as the seed ghouls that appeared and disappeared mysteriously. There were many areas that she wanted to step into, but was unable to do so. Daming below level 5 was undoubtedly one of them. She was already very lucky to be able to return safely the last time. Jiang Xiao turned to look at the blind lady and said, "Is there a need for such creatures to exist? They are too threatening." After traveling around the 5 Eastern Alliances, Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow world had already been filled with a large number of below level 1 to level 3 creatures. Huh. The blind lady chuckled and said, "According to you, there is no need for star beasts to exist in all areas except the 3 northern provinces. There are many diamond star beasts in the Cave of Desperation, the Shadow Cave, and the Infernal Inquisition. You've seen them too." Jiang Xiao had an idea and said, "Let's try to be gentle, try to help them." The blind lady said, Due to the fact that the seed ghouls were in the form of ghosts, Jiang Zhao's domain tiers could not detect their existence and could only observe them with his naked eyes. Jiang Xiao carefully sensed the chaotic battlefield and found that the Arrow Mountain clan was attacking the air. Obviously, the air, in the domain tier's perception, was the location of the seed ghouls. Jiang Xiao said, "The seed ghouls have already fought with the Arrow Mountain clan. They are not social creatures at all, but they have united to fight against the Arrow Mountain clan. Their intelligence is not low. Let's take the opportunity to help the seed ghouls and see if we can make friends." Such a large-scale battle between races and territories was a heaven-sent opportunity. "We can give it a try." Wu Haoyang could not help but say. He really wanted to shout to dispel the fear in his heart, but Jiang Zhao's order was to stay put and hide, so he could not shout. "Wait!" Before blind lady could respond, Jiang Xiao suddenly said, "A group of poisonous rattan flower demons are here too. I wonder if they're here to help the Understar race. If they are, we might be able to make friends with another race." The blind lady suddenly said, "Since you've already made up your mind, then find a good opportunity to enter the battlefield. You have to choose the right time to help them." Jiang Xiao nodded slightly. That was the truth. If you directly help someone, the other party would definitely be grateful, but the degree of gratitude might not be very high. However, if you could find the right opportunity and save them when they were on the verge of death and in despair, turning the situation around, then you would be indebted to them greatly. With a strange expression on his face, Wu Haoyang looked at Jiang Xiao and asked, "When you saved me back then, did you hide it and only save me when I couldn't hold on anymore?" Jiang Xiao couldn't help but chide him. "Get lost. Do you think you're top student? You even know how to draw inferences from one instance? We don't need to use our thoughts on you. Besides, you're only at the peak of the galaxy stage. Do you think you're somebody?" Wu Haoyang's face stiffened. He wanted to retort, but he couldn't say anything. Indeed, the peak of the galaxy stage was really easy to deal with in the eyes of the two of them. Even though he had advanced to the Starfall stage, it seemed that the blind lady still looked down on him. If Wu Haoyang could express his thoughts, he and Jiang Xiao would have a lot in common. Back then, when Jiang Xiao and the blind lady first met, he was also treated coldly. The blind lady did not even look him in the eye at all. Well, that made sense. After all, she was blind. The poisonous rattan flower demons are really here to help. Jiang Xiao muttered to himself. In his perception, there were many vegetative people whose heads were in the shape of flower buds. Their hands were constantly whipping, and it was obvious that they were throwing illusory whips. Their target was not the seeded ghosts, but the arrow mountain race. Watching the diamond creatures of the two regions fight, Jiang Shao felt as if he were watching a bunch of big shots in the galaxy fighting each other. Fortunately, they did not have any star techniques, such as high-speed movement or teleportation. Otherwise, Jiang Shao would have turned around and fled instead of helping. However, even so, the diamond-quality creatures were still terrifyingly strong in terms of movement speed, strength, and other physical attributes. The terrifying battlefield made Jiang Shao tremble in fear. He had been holding the star power threads in his hand. Once the situation turned bad, he would lead the team to evacuate from the battlefield of the gods. The species below the level, 5-star, were very interesting. The seeded ghosts were more like human ghosts, with illusory lines and a pair of purple eyes. Under normal circumstances, they would not be able to be detected by the tier realm. However, when attacking and biting the enemy, the seeded ghosts' mouths would condense and be perceived. The poisonous rattan flower demons were also in human form, and their torsos were made of vines. Their heads were more like flower buds that had yet to bloom, and there were 2 purple eyes on the flower buds that were emitting faint rays of light. Their mouths were replaced by a small green flower, and from afar, they looked more like vegetative people with flowers in their mouths. They could be perceived, but the form of their attacks, soul whipping and soul strangulation, could not be perceived. It was because the whips in their hands and feet were illusory. In the chaotic battlefield, the poisonous rattan flower demons tried their best to lash the long whips, while the seeded ghosts roared and shuttled through the ground like ghosts. They suddenly emerged from behind the Arrow Mountain clan members and grabbed the enemy's ankles to bite. In the sky, the burning bright bird had already fallen, and it let out a mournful wail as it sprinkled a rain of fire. Thousands of Arrow Mountain tribe members madly drew their bows and shot all kinds of star power arrows into the battlefield. The poisonous feather arrow spirit and the plague arrow emitted a green poisonous fog that was mixed with the purple poisonous fog released by the seeded ghosts. I can't watch anymore. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed. Is this the true appearance of the alien ball? Jiang Shao had been spoiled by the battle with the platinum creatures of the 3 northern provinces. He suddenly broke into the Great Ming Dynasty's level, 5-star, which made him feel strange. Thanks to the unspoken rule of territorial restrictions, the astral beasts all guarded their territories and would not leave easily. Otherwise, the star beasts of the 3 northern provinces would have been exterminated long ago, right? Speaking of which, this battle, is it a territorial battle? As he watched, Jiang Shao felt that something was amiss. The Arrow Mountain clan was different from the Arrow Mountain clan he had seen on Earth before. They had a different style. The Arrow Mountain clan on Earth fought while retreating, distancing themselves from each other, and pursuing long-range attacks without suffering any injuries. But looking at the current battlefield, this group of archers did not blindly pursue distancing themselves. Faced with the seeded ghosts that suddenly appeared beside them and the poisonous rattan flower demons that were charging at them, the Arrow Mountain clan did not choose to retreat. Instead, they continued to press on with their army and actually activated melee combat mode. Archers? Melee combat, shooting arrows close to their faces. The key was that the reaction speed of the Arrow Mountain clan was too fast. The speed of the poisonous rattan flower demon's whip was extremely fast, and the Arrow Mountain clan member took a sidestep and dodged it cleanly. The Arrow Mountain clan was faster and lighter, just like those pretentious ancient masters. One more step would be unnecessary, and one less step would cause one to be whipped. The illusory whip hit the ground next to the Arrow Mountain clan member. Jiang Shao was a little angry just looking at it, let alone the poisonous rattan flower demon. And the creatures under the stars were really tough. The seeded ghosts and the poisonous rattan flower demons numbered about 500, Yet they were charging at the Arrow Mountain Clan's 1,000-man team. Did they really want to die? Or did they want to fight for their pride and protect their own under the stars? Jiang Shao felt that he should not impose too many psychological thoughts on these star beasts. The most reliable speculation was that these star beasts under the stars should be guarding their own territory. Jiang Shao had traveled far and wide for a long time, so he was very clear that the obsession with territory was deeply engraved in the minds of every star beast. Perhaps this group of Arrow Mountain Clan also believed that this area should be their place of survival. After all, the terrain here was the intersection between Under the Stars and the Arrow Mountain Clan. In reality, the intersection was not as distinct as the map showed. No, we must act. If we don't help, the poisonous Rattan Flower Demon army will collapse. Jiang Shao hurriedly said. With a wave of his hand, a spatial door was opened. A burst of sinister laughter was heard as Star Silver Wei and Marta walked out. Wei, who was laughing maniacally, stopped abruptly. Hearing the bursts of explosions, he shrank his head and his huge body immediately squatted down, subconsciously dodging. The arrogance of a big boss of Star Silver Wei suddenly disappeared without a trace. Just a moment ago, Marta was still fighting with Wei. One person and one ghost monk, each holding a combat knife, were fighting fiercely, but she suddenly stopped the battle. Wei almost couldn't stop. At the side, Chun Lingtao had been watching the battle between his master and Wei. He was very satisfied, but he didn't know what happened. Marta's expression was solemn. Get ready, Wei. Enter the battlefield at any time and guard the spatial door. Hurry. Wei was stunned for a moment, then nodded excitedly. While laughing, he quickly ran to the open door of the Calamity Phantom training space and waited patiently. Chun Lingtao's heart skipped a beat. He carefully asked, Master, can I also go and broaden my horizons? Martha shook her head firmly and said, No, you stay here and rest. With that, Marta's body suddenly turned into a puddle of water and slapped on the ground. When she reappeared, she was already standing next to Wei. Master! Chun Lingtao was dissatisfied and shouted at the person and the monk in the distance. You have always been obedient. Don't force me to slap you. Marta's voice came from afar. Such a threatening tone was exactly the same as Xia Yan's. The poison healer's learning ability was unquestionable. Chun Lingtao smacked his lips in discomfort and sat on the ground. Although he looked very angry, he seemed to have awakened a strange attribute in his heart. It was normal for 18 or 19-year-old youths to develop feelings for the opposite sex. Moreover, Martha, this unorthodox young lady, had an outstanding appearance. But what made Chun Lingtao fall into a sea of bitterness was that he knew that under this bright and beautiful appearance, there was a man's soul. Chun Lingtao didn't know if this was a fetish or a fetish. In short, he was very clear that he definitely didn't like men. Chun Lingtao slapped himself on the face and murmured softly, What kind of sin have I committed? I can't go on like this. When they come back, Master will have to change his image to teach me. Who the hell can stand this? Peek. Chapter 11:13. Wu Haoyang was completely dumbfounded when he saw Martha come out. Isn't this the member of the Apennine team in the 2019 World Cup? The female demon who ravaged and dismembered her opponents in front of the whole world? Anyone who fought against her would either die or be seriously injured. Most importantly, her methods were too cruel. Not only did she torture her opponents physically, but she also destroyed their minds. No one wanted to fight her in the World Cup. If it wasn't for Jiang Shao, she would probably be the champion of this year's World Cup. Jiang Shao didn't have time to explain and said, Treat her as a teammate first. It's a long story. We'll talk about it later. Wu Haoyang was still looking at Martha with hostility. He even ignored the big boss of Constellation, Wei. Martha said helplessly, Don't be wary of me. I'm Jiang Shao. Forget it. I'll stay away from you. Out of sight, out of mind. After saying that, Martha's body suddenly shattered into water droplets and disappeared without a trace. Jiang Shao didn't care about the dumbfounded Wu Haoyang and ordered, "Yinwei, give the team a holy seal." Yinwei held a combat blade in one hand and waved his huge claw in the other. He asked intermittently, "Master, where are we?" The combat blade was a short knife in the hands of humans, but it was a small dagger in Yinwei's hands. Jiang Shao closely observed the situation and didn't explain. Yinwei pushed the bamboo hat on his head with his long fingers. His demonic silver eyes looked at the battlefield of the gods, not far away. Yinwei, who was a little frightened just now, had calmed down a lot. Moreover, as he watched, his demon blood began to boil. Awesome. This is the place ghost monks should be. This is the real battlefield. TSK, it's a bit strong and challenging. I'll sneak behind Master later. Of course, Jiang Shao didn't know what Yinwei was thinking. At this moment, he was frowning and paying close attention to the battlefield. Due to the characteristics of the breeding ghouls, they could dive underground to avoid attacks or simply rely on their illusory bodies to avoid the enemy's physical attacks. However, the poison ivy flower spirits couldn't do that. In the blink of an eye, there were nearly 100 poison ivy flower spirits dead. If this continued, they would be wiped clean by the Arrow Mountain tribe. Jiang Shao, let's do it. The blind lady suddenly spoke as she pressed her slender hand against the ground, causing pitch-black oil stains to flow out. All right. Jiang Zhao's eyes reddened, and tears poured down like rain. Amidst the distinct layers of tears, there were even terrifying tears of sorrow that drenched the back row of the enemy. At the next moment, a bamboo bear wearing a candlelight hat suddenly appeared beside Jiang Shao. Yinwei, seal of holy power. Little candle flame. He used the chili star technique. Baby bear. You must coordinate well with your teammates. You guys go and support those flower people and ghosts. Your opponent is that group of double-faced archers. Do you understand? Ming, the bear, immediately stood up. At the same time, the halo of nostalgia lit up beneath everyone's feet. Not only the crowd, but even the poison ivy flower demons and seed ghouls on the battlefield were also enveloped by the halo of nostalgia. This sudden scene caused all the creatures on the battlefield to be stunned. As diamond-tier creatures, they had a keen sense of smell when it came to combat. In the first 1 or 2 seconds, no one knew what this sudden halo meant. However, when the seed ghouls and poison ivy flower demons continued to attack, they discovered that their star power and vitality were rising rapidly. Every attack would bring a large amount of star power to their bodies, and the injuries they suffered were also healing rapidly. This time, the subterranean star creatures were elated. Although they did not know who was helping them, there was no doubt that they were allies. Yes, they were allies. Besides, they were great philanthropists who were trying to throw them into the calamity world and rear them in captivity. Baby bear, Wu Haoyang, team up, charge. Baby bear, let's show them what a fake national treasure is. Jiang Shao clenched his fists and looked like he was about to attack. Ming, Baby bear's face was full of question marks. It was not that it could not understand the arrangements and orders, but it felt very sad about the word fake. The baby bear whimpered and crawled forward reluctantly. Go, go, go. Wu Haoyang, attack from behind baby bear. Guard it. I, the best healer of China, will support you. What's there to be afraid of? I just want all the creatures under the stars to see that we, the star arrival, will live and die with them. Jiang Shao ordered loudly. That was also Jiang Zhao's last order, because he had already placed Bell on Wu Haoyang's body as soon as he finished speaking. Wu Haoyang resolutely picked up the green dragon crescent moon sword and hollered at the battlefield. Get! I'm here! Wu Haoyang roared angrily. It didn't matter what he said, but he mainly needed to shout out the star technique, roar. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Damn it! I told you to follow behind Baby Bear and guard it. Who asked you to steal the limelight? Are you trying to attract the attention of all the creatures? At this moment, Candle Moon Bell landed on Baby Bear from Wu Haoyang's body. Under the stimulating effect of Candle Moon Bell, the bear stood up and roared at the sky. Chirp. Ming! Jiang Shao was speechless. It's okay, baby bear. So be it. It's okay. The battlefield is so chaotic. Who would pay attention to this roar? Baby bear's short legs dug hard into the ground, and it scurried forward. It then climbed forward on all fours. Although it looked adorable, it was actually faster than Wu Haoyang when it got up. The man and the bear were stepping on the halo of nostalgia and wearing bell as they advanced forward. Wu Haoyang waved his green dragon crescent moon sword continuously, and a series of crimson flame arcs were thrown out, leaving deep marks on the ground. The two of them forged ahead with indomitable will. At this moment, Jiang Shao was very much like a medical awakened star warrior. He hid behind the hillside and revealed his head. However, he could only observe the battlefield and could not say anything at all. When using Candlelight Bell, Jiang Zhao's body would be unable to move, and he would not be able to issue any commands at all. In fact, when Bell was activated, his star technique, Companion Moves, was suppressed by Bell. Of course, you can use your star technique. However, don't even think about moving your body. As Jiang Shao worked hard to add the halo of nostalgia, the time scale and the dark golden halo under the feet of the allies began to flow rapidly. Wu Haoyang's tiger-like eyes were burning with passion. His heart, which had always been moving forward with an indomitable will, was boiling violently. With the help of Bell, the only thing left in his heart was to charge, and charge again. Master, what am I doing? Yinwei asked in a hoarse voice as he squatted quietly on the hillside beside Jiang Shao. At the side, water droplets were quietly pieced together. Wu Haoyang had already left, and Marta appeared again. She moved her lips slightly and said, "You and I will guard these two people. In addition, if you have nothing to do, you can add the holy power seal to your allies." Yinwei was displeased. He initially thought that there would be a battle, but in the end, his mission was to guard Jiang Shao and the blind lady at the back with Marta. On the battlefield, as the rays of light from Bell continuously connected the poison ivy flower demons and seed ghouls, the situation on the battlefield that was filled with tears of sorrow finally turned around. The poison ivy flower demons and seed ghouls roared ferociously, and their desire to fight surged. More importantly, the wounds on their bodies healed rapidly. The Arrow Mountain clan immediately discovered that something was amiss. Why are the poison ivy flower demons that have been pierced and smashed by the arrows standing up again? How can their plant bodies recover and grow so quickly? Resurrection on the spot. The sudden addition of Jinglei made all the colorful poisonous fog and frost on the battlefield disappear without a trace. It also extinguished the burning fire on the poison ivy flower demons. One of the arrow spirits sneered and shot a series of armor-piercing arrows one after another, piercing the head of the poison ivy flower demon in front of him. Damn it, resurrect me again? I don't believe you can do that. If you have the guts, try resurrecting me again. The poison ivy flower demon's head was pierced by the arrows and retreated step by step due to the huge impact of the arrows. The assault arrow spirit sneered at the retreating poison ivy flower demon, but in the next moment, it revealed a horrified expression. The poison ivy flower demon should have been dead. The poison ivy flower demon's honeycomb head that had been pierced by 5 or 6 arrows was quickly healed by the continuous healing of Bell. The arrow spirit was dumbfounded. What the F***CK? You have guts. The poison ivy flower demon did not resurrect. To be precise, it had been hanging by a thread and had never died. Such a situation was happening all the time. The Arrow Mountain clan finally felt that something was wrong. There were countless holes in its head, yet it was still alive. What the F***CK was going on? Unfortunately, our Poison Healer King was currently in the state of activating Bell. Otherwise, he would have looked very cool if he grinned at this moment, right? What is medical assistance? What is the best healer in China? Among the 5 Arrow Mountain clan creatures, apart from the poison ivy flower demon that had its head blown up by the white feather arrow spirit and could not be resurrected, The other creatures could be resurrected as long as their heads were not blown up. Where did this light come from? Seeing that the situation was not right, the Arrow Mountain clan quickly retreated, distanced themselves, and retreated while fighting. However, the rear was in complete chaos. Not only was there sorrowful tears, but there was also a huge ink flower that rose from the ground and directly dispersed the Arrow Mountain clan in the rear. The weeping bear shot out its fire arrow mallet and darted more than 10 meters away. Wearing a candle flame hat, it sent a blue feather arrow spirit flying with its head. Under the continuous enhancement of the candle moon, Battle Bell, the weeping bear roared angrily and its body suddenly grew bigger. Jiang Shao was taken aback. Damn it, don't. No matter how high your defense is, you can't be reckless. Just make yourself familiar, gain some experience, and let the creatures under the star remember our kindness. Aren't you courting death and attracting firepower by suddenly becoming so big? The enemies on the other side are all at least diamond grade, and their star techniques are all explosive output. Jiang Shao activated Bell, but couldn't move at all. Instead, he directly opened his internal star map. He threw 10,000 skill points into the defensive star technique Bear Fat of the Humming Bear. Now is not the time to be distressed. Bear Fat upgrade. Diamond quality level 0. Just got up. Weeping Bear, I'll be your strongest shield. You're destined to be a big weeping bear. There was still one more chapter left. Chapter 1114. He added more chapters for Xiao Yu from Alliance leader Hua. Wu Haoyang was a real man. Seeing that Ying Bear was about to be targeted, he immediately activated the body of star power. Ying Bear's platinum ancestor body could at most allow him to become a giant creature that was 5 meters tall. It was worth noting that Ying Bear's body only grew larger. On the other hand, Wu Haoyang's platinum body of star power was like a small residential building that was 16 meters tall. However, his huge body was made up of star power. All of a sudden, the huge second master Wu appeared in this world and squinted his eyes while waving the green dragon crescent blade in his hand. All sorts of black feathered arrows, white feathered arrows, blue feathered arrows, poison-dipped arrows, armor-piercing arrows, and repelling arrows swarmed towards Wu Haoyang. In less than 3 seconds, Wu Haoyang's huge head was already riddled with holes. Freezing, white flames, explosions, poisonous fog. All sorts of effects dyed the star power head in a myriad of colors, making it look like a killer. However, Wu Haoyang's head was not his main body, but was made purely of star power. Normal humans would know that in order to hurt Wu Haoyang, they had to attack the main body at the heart. However, the Arrow Mountain clan had just seen the star technique body of star power for the first time. Hence, how would they know the weakness of the star technique? There were some arrows that attacked Wu Haoyang's heart, but Wu Haoyang reacted extremely quickly. He immediately threw away the ordinary weapon in his hand and immediately turned star power into martial star power. Ding! The armor-piercing arrows with strong penetrative power pierced through the layers of star power of the body of star power and went straight for the heart of the body of star power, which was Wu Haoyang's face. Wu Haoyang held the star power crescent blade in front of him. Ding! 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 The 3 armor-piercing arrows hit Wu Haoyang's blade and forced him to retreat. Ding! There was another crisp sound, and Wu Haoyang's main body was directly struck and sent flying. Spirit Assault Arrow. Repelling Arrow. It was a battle between a Star Sea stage cultivator. In the process of activating the body of star power, the enemy actually shot him out of the body of star power. How shameful! Most importantly, Wu Haoyang's power had reached a certain level under the effect of the Diamond Holy Seal. However, he was still sent flying by the enemy's arrows. Jiang Zhao's heart was in his throat. While releasing Bell, he couldn't move his body at all. Hence, he couldn't give orders at all. Jiang Shao immediately summoned the Humming Whale and Howling Dragon. At the very least, you have the body of star power that hasn't dissipated yet. With someone to draw aggro for you, you don't have to worry about being targeted. Buzz. As their minds were connected, the humming whale unleashed a whirlpool of ocean waves. It didn't care whether it was an ally or not, and it directly wrapped around Wu Haoyang's body of star power that hadn't been broken yet. It was to create a natural barrier for Wu Haoyang to block the Arrow Mountain tribe's line of sight, as well as to block the endless stream of arrows. One after another, the black enslaved dragons broke out of the ground and charged into the battlefield. They did not restrain any creatures and simply barged into the battlefield. Any creature that came into contact with the enslaved dragons would have their astral powers disrupted, and they would be sealed to varying degrees for a short period of time. Jiang Shao thought to himself anxiously and sent a message to the humming whale. Protect yourself. Protect yourself. Under Jiang Zhao's guidance, the humming whale immediately rolled up a whirlpool around its body. There is a large space in the middle to provide living space for the humming whale and howling dragon while blocking the arrows that were flying all over the sky. Buzz. The humming whale seemed to be very happy. Under Jiang Zhao's guidance, it turned an offensive and control-type star technique into a defensive one. However, at this moment, Jiang Shao was still feeling rather anxious. He looked at the Arrow Mountain tribe members who were shooting arrows and yelled anxiously in his heart, "Close, close, close. Bell, hurry up and close." It would take too long for the single bell line to connect to all the allied creatures. In the chaotic battlefield, the Arrow Mountain tribe and the Understar tribe were entangled with each other. Jiang Zhao's tears of sorrow could only be directed at the Arrow Mountain tribe at the back, including the blind lady's star martial transformation. They did not cause any damage to the Arrow Mountain tribe previously because the tears of sorrow would also cause the friendly creatures to collapse. However, he couldn't care less now. He initially thought that with the help of the Candle Moon nostalgia, the situation would be reversed and they would at least be able to counterattack and lay the foundation for victory. However, Jiang Shao still underestimated the terrifying extent of the Arrow Mountain tribe. Their output star techniques were just too explosive. With Jiang Zhao's help, the Understar tribe seemed to be immortal. However, even so, why did the situation that had just been turned around show signs of collapsing again? Jiang Zhao's mind raced, and he thought, regardless of whether Bell is closed or not, I'll pour some water on it first. Tears of sorrow, let's go, rumble. Thunder rumbled in the cloudy sky, and lightning streaked across the sky. His sorrowful tears were boundless, pouring all over the chaotic battlefield of 1,000 people. Jiang Shao suddenly felt that his emotions had plummeted, and he hurriedly controlled his star technique to let Bell hang up. His life was the most important now. 3 seconds later, Jiang Zhao's emotions suddenly surged. Star Tears of Sorrow versus Candle Moon Bell. Jiang Shao, I'm going to ruin myself. I'm going to torture myself. Are you afraid? You are not, but I am. Jiang Zhao's emotions were extremely complicated, just like a woman who was on her period. His emotions changed drastically. He quickly moved away from the range of the Tears of Sorrow and made way for the blind lady so that the Tears of Sorrow wouldn't fall on him. Huff! Without the damage from the Tears of Sorrow, Jiang Shao was once again full of fighting spirit in just a few seconds. He was so emotional that he couldn't help but sing loudly. The chaotic battlefield was in complete chaos. Without the support of Bell, the Arrow Mountain tribe's emotions plummeted. In less than 10 seconds, some of them went crazy, some cried, and some fought back desperately. I have to continue. Drenched to the point that Arrow Mountain went crazy, drenched to the point that Arrow Mountain gave up resistance, drenched to the point that Arrow Mountain could be trampled upon. So what if you have Diamond? So what if you have Starry Sky? The Arrow Mountain tribe doesn't have the Spirit Up star technique. I'm going to hit your weaknesses. Finally, Bell was closed. Jiang Zhao's body and mind were agitated and his fighting spirit soared. However, the emotions of the breeding ghouls and poisonous vine flower demons in the rain fluctuated. However, the good thing was that their emotions were at least relatively stable. Well, it could only be said to be relatively. They would probably be ruined if they were to be drenched for a while more. So be it. It's better than being wiped out. Since they couldn't form a counterattack, they might as well take advantage of the chaos to win. Tears of sorrow water it. Ing Bear led the 3 summoned bamboo bears and advanced step by step with Wu Haoyang. It seemed to have become the most attractive child on the battlefield. The defense of Diamond Bear Fat was really strong. No matter what kind of arrows the enemy shot at it, the gigantic Ing Bear would take them all. Regardless of the star technique effect contained in the arrows, they would all be shot at the bear in the form of physical arrows. The thick layer of bear fat on the bear bounced off the arrows one after another. With the protection of the 3 bamboo bears, as well as the continuous replenishment of new bamboo bears, it finally achieved the desired effect. Wu Haoyang directly turned into a battle roar machine. The roar that had the effect of clearing one's head and eyes kept ringing behind the bear, clearing its mind and further stabilizing its and his own emotions. Jiang Shao secretly rejoiced. Great! This was the effect he wanted. Jiang Shao didn't stay idle either. He specifically targeted the white feather arrow spirit, Silence. The star technique of the creature was too powerful, and he had to control it. Compared to the sneaky Jiang Shao, the silent blind lady was clearly the real explosive output. Her star transformation bloomed at the back of the Arrow Mountain clan, and the thick flower vines caused the death or injury of countless Arrow Mountain clan members. She disrupted their attacking rhythm and harvested their lives. The more terrifying thing was that every time a creature died on the battlefield, the ink flower would bloom, and the corpses of the Arrow Mountain clan would stand up shakily and turn around to counterattack under the control of the blind lady. However, all of this was displayed in the environment of the Reign of Sorrow. As time passed, the battlefield finally changed completely under the powerful effect of the Rain of Sorrowful Tears. Jiang Shao immediately retracted the Rain of Sorrowful Tears and thought, I can't go on like this. If my emotions really collapse, who am I going to make friends with? Jiang Shao did not simply retract the Rain of Sorrow. Instead, he once again created the shrinking circle effect and set up a natural, poisonous rain barrier to force all the creatures to flee to the center of the battlefield. It was clear at a glance who still had the strength to resist and who had completely given up. This was because the Arrow Mountain clan members who had given up on resisting directly sat on the ground in a rock and roll mode. They cried while rocking back and forth, not caring about the shrinking circle effect at all. The Arrow Mountain clan members were all two-faced people. All 4 of their arms covered their faces, and both of their faces lowered their heads in an attempt to cry. This also led to the strange scene of rocking back and forth. As Jiang Shao retracted the Rain of Sorrow, the starry creatures that had been taken care of by the Candle Moon Battle Bell finally stopped being chaotic. In just a few seconds, they were once again in high spirits and frantically tore and whipped the Arrow Mountain clan. The Arrow Mountain clan that had never been taken care of by the bell was really in trouble this time. Seeing that the momentum was finally reversed, Jiang Shao retracted the bell and leaped to the top of the mountain. He shouted loudly, Brothers, charge! Very good. Now is the time. It's time to become familiar with them. It's time to make friends. As he spoke, Jiang Shao pulled out a blood-red flower blade from his chest. His figure flashed, and he charged into the battlefield. Excited hearts, trembling hands, this flower blade will send you away. 1 Arrow Mountain shakes. Tell me, what's the name of my father's father? While killing the Arrow Mountain clan members who had given up resisting, Jiang Shao shouted, I love the stars. The stars are all my brothers. Kill. Capture the Arrow Mountain clan alive. Wu Haoyang was surrounded by a few bamboo bears. He turned his head with a dumbfounded expression and looked through the gap at Jiang Shao, who was killing crazily in the distance. Although there were many creatures on the battlefield covered by the field tears, Jiang Shao was, of course, paying close attention to his teammates. He turned his head and shouted, Body of Star Power, activate. Now is the time to harvest. What are you waiting for? Buzz. As he spoke, a strange giant specter ship rushed out from behind Jiang Shao and crushed a group of creatures. Martha looked at Wu Haoyang with a pair of gloomy eyes, and her figure broke into a water droplet again. Wu Haoyang shuddered and directly activated the body of star power. In an instant, the 16-meter giant returned. Jiang Shao tried his best to raise his head and look at the huge body above. He shouted, "Wu Haoyang, shout for me. Do you only know how to work? You have to let others know that we are working hard. We have to do the work, but we have to publicize it." Wu Haoyang's voice came from the sky. "Can the planted ghosts and flower demons understand our language? You're full of nonsense. I told you to shout, so shout for me. Someone will translate for you." Jiang Shao yelled angrily. Wu Haoyang's huge star power crescent sword fell heavily and slammed an Arrow Mountain clan member into the ground, causing the ground to crack. Wu Haoyang tried to shout, "The creatures under the stars are all my brothers." Buzz. As soon as he said that, an extremely penetrating whale-like sound echoed in the sky and echoed in the rain. Jiang Shao cut off the head of a Yao Yao and yelled, "I love the stars. The stars are my home." Buzz. At the back of the hill, the blind lady retracted her palm and stood up shakily. Although she was mentally exhausted from activating the martial star transformation for a long time, she was extremely happy to see the scene in front of her at this moment. Under Jiang Zhao's lead, the Star Advent team not only set foot on this land, but also conquered it. Of course, she finally knew why Jiang Shao could achieve what he had today. He was both intelligent and brave, extremely shameless. While thinking about it, Jiang Shao was still frantically expressing his loyalty. The stars are my home. Charge kill. It's a new month. Please support us with your monthly votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 11:15. White Feathered Arrow Spirit Star Bead, Diamond Quality. White Feather Bow. Condenses star power and summons a white feather bow. Platinum Quality. Incandescent Arrow. Summons a star power arrow that is burning with white flames. It has an illumination effect and can illuminate the path of movement. The flame path will last for 15 seconds and can be retracted at any time. Platinum Quality. White Feather Arrow. Summons a white star power arrow to attack the target. It has an explosive effect. Platinum Quality. White Feather Arrow Array. Summons a special white star power arrow and shoots it into the air. The arrow hanging in the air will scatter a large number of white feather arrows and bombard all targets within a certain range. Diamond Quality. Jiang Shao snatched a star bead from the vines of a poisonous ivy flower demon. The information in the internal star map made Jiang Shao speechless. Really? Powerful. 4 star techniques in 1 star. 3 platinum quality and 1 diamond quality. My decoy Riverbow can finally be used. I'll have to rely on the support of the Arrow Mountain clan for my archery star techniques. However, although the output of the Arrow Mountain clan was really strong, their shortcomings in other aspects were too obvious. They did not have any purifying star techniques or even any defensive star techniques. They were just pure output. It would be fine if they were fighting others, but Jiang Shao was a toxic healer who had control star techniques and poison-type star techniques. He was simply going to kill the Arrow Mountain clan. Jiang Shao was trying very hard to accidentally snatch away the star beads obtained by his allies. But the other person in the team gave Jiang Shao a lot of technical support. It was Blind Lady. She stood proudly on the hillside with an ink flower in her hand. At some point in time, countless ink flowers had already bloomed on the battlefield and stained the corpses of the dead Arrow Mountain clan members, allowing them to quickly stand up and leave the battlefield. Is she protecting the corpses? No, she's helping Jiang Shao keep the star beads. Be it the poisonous ivy flower demon or the seeding ghoul, they would swallow the enemy's star beads without hesitation. Jiang Shao secretly praised Blind Lady in his heart. While killing the Arrow Mountain clan members, he was also carefully observing the reactions of the seeding ghoul and the poisonous ivy flower demon. But, the seed spirit and the poison ivy flower spirit were very cold towards Jiang Shao, who was trying to express his loyalty and set the pace. No one paid any attention to Jiang Shao at all. They quickly reaped the lives of the Arrow Mountain Yao Yao and chased after the group of Arrow Mountain tribe members who had lost their minds and were resisting to the death. Jiang Shao frowned and thought, isn't the way to open it? Did the humming whales translation fail? No, that's impossible. Jiang Shao believed in the humming whale's abilities. What should I do? Jiang Shao did his best, took such a huge risk, and used all of his star techniques in order to create the effect of sharing a common enemy and sharing a common destiny. He also wanted to be on good terms with the creatures below the level, 5-star. With such creatures, the sea ghouls and poison ivy flower demons who had been rescued by Star Advent would probably be able to talk to their own kind in the future. That would definitely be of great help to Jiang Zhao's mission to clean up Great Ming. But if you help them, they would ignore you. Even if you help them defend their homes and save the lives of their clansmen, they would still ignore you. Was he really that aloof? Did he see through my plan? That can't be right. Or was it just a simple personality? TSK. This group of cold-hearted dogs, are the creatures below the star not intelligent? Of course not. When Jiang Shao and the others came in with their pets to fight, the seed ghouls and poison ivy flower demons did not show any signs of attacking them. Obviously, they knew that Jiang Shao and the others were helping their species. Or rather, at this moment, Jiang Shao and the others were still of use. Once the crisis of the Arrow Mountain tribe was resolved, it would be another matter if the seed ghouls and poison ivy flower demons would attack Jiang Shao and the others. Jiang Shao thought about it for a moment and felt indignant. After all the trouble, he had saved a bunch of ingrates. Damn it, if the soft approach doesn't work, I'll use the hard way. Let's do it. Jiang Shao directly opened the door of the Calamity Shadow world beside him and opened it to the largest, which was 100 meters long. Thanks to the mental connection, the humming whale understood what Jiang Shao meant. Buzz. In the extremely rich water element environment, the humming whale rushed out like a tsunami. In a split second, the chaotic battlefield that was filled with killing actually had a trace of strangely stagnation. None of the creatures here had a low rank, and they immediately sensed the approaching danger. After a short stagnation, the battlefield became chaotic again. This time, it was not killing but fleeing. But how could the humming whale let them do as they wished? With the help of Jiang Shao and Lei Yu, the tsunami formed very quickly and advanced even more fiercely. One man and one whale cooperated to the effect of thousands of soldiers and horses. This was a pure chemical reaction, and it could no longer be described as 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Jiang Shao hid behind the door of the Calamity Shadow world. As the first wave of tsunami rushed into the Calamity Shadow world, all kinds of creatures in the sea were swept in. Although the humming whale tsunami was 20 to 30 meters high, it was not so long. The scene at this time was quite strange. Jiang Shao, who was standing behind the door, was not hurt at all, but on both sides, outside the door, there was a wave rolling all kinds of creatures and plants, and continuing to push forward. Jiang Shao hurriedly closed the door, adjusted his position, and flashed behind the tsunami again, opening the door of the Calamity Shadow world again. Jiang Shao sneered. I wanted to get along with you as brothers, as family, but in exchange, you alienated me. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm telling you. Jiang Shao, director of the zoo, I saved you to enrich the species of creatures in the Calamity Shadow world. After a few flashes, Jiang Shao closed the door with satisfaction. But the waves washed away the sand. Those who stayed were the true heroes. Who stayed? All the seed ghosts, all of them. He saw pitch-black ghost heads emerging from the ground, staring at Jiang Shao with their demonic purple eyes. F***CK. As expected of a diamond-ranked creature, Jiang Shao smiled awkwardly, waved his hand at the ghost heads emerging from the ground, and said, I love Starlight. Starlight is my home. The illusory ghost creatures slowly emerged from the ground and bared their terrifying fangs at Jiang Shao. Some of them swayed and floated towards Jiang Shao, while others sneaked into the ground. If they emerged again, they might be near Jiang Shao. Fight! 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 Seeing that something was amiss, Wu Haoyang immediately roared and used the star technique howl. All of a sudden, Wu Haoyang's aggro was immediately attracted to him. The Ying bear fluttered its huge, short legs and quickly got up, hugging a large illusory bamboo shadow and slamming on the ground. All of a sudden, ice candle flames spread. It didn't care about freezing Wu Haoyang's legs. It just wanted to freeze the seed ghosts that were rushing towards it. The extremely fast seed ghosts stopped abruptly and dived into the ground immediately afterwards. This time, they were in deep trouble. The seed ghosts had two star techniques: fierce poisonous fog and fierce poisonous fangs. One was to emit a dark fog that had a numbing effect on the surrounding creatures. However, under Jiang Zhao's continuous tear cleansing, their first star technique was perfectly restrained. The second star technique, fierce poisonous fangs, required them to get close to their opponents and open their mouths to bite them. At the instant that they bit the target, their illusory fangs would become solid. At this time, the seed ghosts would reveal a little bit of their bodies, but not their bodies. Instead, their fangs would be revealed. Bang! 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 A series of sounds of the earth being torn apart sounded, and small imprisoned dragons emerged from the ground one after another. Some of them even had seed ghosts wrapped around their tails. The small imprisoned dragons actually dragged the seed ghosts out of the ground. Well done! Roar! Dragon! Jiang Shao was overjoyed, but he couldn't be bothered anymore. He pressed a platinum bell on his body and hurriedly ordered the Ying bear. Iron-eating myth. At the same time, Jiang Shao threw another 10,000 skill points into the star technique of the Ying bear. Iron-eating myth upgraded. Diamond quality level 0. Ow! The Ying bear roared without hesitation, causing all the seed ghosts to be dumbfounded by the iron-eating myth attack. Some of the seed ghosts even floated out of the ground and fled to the back, away from the range of the Ying bear's roar. Diamond quality roar. The effects were amazing. Jiang Shao then flashed to the back of the seed ghosts and opened the door of the Calamity World. Without Jiang Zhao's orders, the Ao dragon let out a strange roar, and 9 illusory, small imprisoned dragons wrapped around the seed ghosts before dashing into the door of the Calamity World. Jiang Shao frantically yelled at Wu Haoyang. Haoyang continued shouting, "Howl! Harder! Fight! Fight! Fight!" Wu Haoyang hollered angrily while the huge star-power green dragon crescent blade smashed against the ground again and again. The seed ghosts that were trying to retreat stopped one after another. Without a doubt, their minds were in a mess at this moment. Their rationality told them to leave or launch a sneak attack, but their emotions told them, "What are you afraid of? Open your mouth. Charge. Bite them." The Ying bear hit the ground again and again, trying its best to freeze the seed ghosts and restrict their movements. However, the seed ghost race value was too high. The freezing effect of the ice candle flame could cause damage to them, but the effect of restricting their movements was not ideal. Jiang Shao threw out the platinum. Steady. Bell. The sound of ling 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 was endless. He continued to command loudly. Ying bear, iron-eating legend, pay attention to the rhythm. You shout once when Wu Haoyang shouts twice. Fight! Fight! Ing! Fight! Fight! Ing! Wu Haoyang's howl was challenging them to a fight. He was taunting them. He frantically hit the ground with the blade. Come! The iron-eating legend of the Ying bear made the target tremble in fear and made the enemy stay away. The Ying bear also hit the ground with its round bamboo. Get lost! In the chaos, many of the seed ghosts floated out of the ground. Their minds were in a complete mess. They took 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 1 step forward, and 2 steps back. They were really going to be played to death. As they advanced and retreated, several small imprisoned dragons broke out of the ground again and swept up the seed ghosts before throwing them into the Calamity Shadow World. Under the detection of the field tear and the buzzing whale's roar, Even the seed ghosts that were trapped underground were swept up by the small, imprisoned dragons. The blind lady also joined the battle, swinging her illusory whip and lashing the seed ghosts, driving them into Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow world. Jiang Zhao had already waved his left and right hands continuously, frantically casting Star Silence to restrict the seed ghost's movements. He even had time to close the door of the Calamity Shadow world, adjust the position, and open it again, distributing the seed ghosts evenly across the 5 damning regions. When everything was over, some people still hadn't recovered from the shock. Wu Haoyang finally discovered the difference between him and Jiang Zhao. It was not just in terms of shamelessness. In terms of the use of star techniques, Jiang Zhao was clearly more creative than him. Wu Haoyang's every move and every style was methodical and well-practiced. His fighting postures and movements were the same, and so were his fighting thoughts and routines. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that one day he would be able to play a duet of roars with a national treasure. Jiang Zhao hurriedly opened the space door and said, "Don't just stand there. Go in with me and separate the poison ivy flower demons from the Arrow Mountain clan. Drive the Arrow Mountain clan to the Great Ming Empire. If you can do it. If you can't, take back the Star Bead." Unlike the Calamity Shadow realm that the seeded ghost had entered, the tsunami that the buzzing whale had unleashed had swept the Arrow Mountain tribe and the poisonous ivy flower demons into the Calamity Shadow realm. Jiang Zhao opened the door of the Calamity Shadow world 5 times and threw the creatures swept by the tsunami into 5 different regions of the Great Ming province. However, the 2 races were also entangled. While the Arrow Mountain clan was still under the influence of the Wound Tears, this task had to be carried out immediately. The Arrow Mountain clan was not just for show. The Arrow Mountain clan in the alien sphere were all diamond-quality creatures. They were only temporarily poisoned by Jiang Zhao. Who knew how strong their immunity was? What if they healed themselves? The poison ivy flower demons would probably be skinned alive by the Arrow Mountain clan. Jiang Zhao finally seized the opportunity to put in so many poison ivy flower demons and the Arrow Mountain clan. He did not want to waste it. Jiang Zhao once again opened the Calamity Ruins and directly entered a chaotic battlefield. It was chaotic because the vast grassland and wilderness were filled with traces of the tsunami as far as the eye could see. The wilderness was also filled with water stains. What method could be used to quickly and effectively open the battlefield? The answer was, wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't use the 10,000 points to advance to the diamond, iron-eating mythical beast? Jiang Zhao looked at the 4-legged metal-swallowing beast next to him. He grabbed the round and short tail of the buzzing bear and squeezed it hard. Shout! Chirp! The black and white candle bear has leveled up. Platinum quality level 7. Time passed. 12, 17, 20. Chapter 11:16. I'm going to add more chapters for Leader XHD. At night, in the stone villa of the Calamity Shadow world, the blind lady was soaking in the steaming bathtub in the misty bathroom, enjoying a rare moment of rest. She looked quiet, but in fact she was in a state of shock. The battle under the level 5 planet made her realize that Jiang Zhao's words were true. When he first entered the alien sphere, he once said to the blind lady, "Since my main body is here, I can go anywhere I want." It turned out that Jiang Zhao had led the team and conquered the level 5 planet that the blind lady had once fled from with his magical star technique combination. To the blind lady, that was of great significance. The more she understood the effects of Jiang Zhao's star technique, the more confident she was about conquering the capital, Yin Zhao, Shadow Cave, and other places in the future. When she was able to rampage around the level 5 planet in Damong, she was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Well, it would be a little exaggerated to say that she could rampage around, but if she was careful, she would still be able to do it. At this moment, the Star Advent team was sitting in the living room of the stone villa, looking at the pile of star beads in front of them. After separating the two species yesterday, putting aside the dangers of the process, they had obtained more than 300 star beads of various kinds from the Arrow Mountain race, and more than 30 star bead from the poisonous ivy flower demons. The last bait that could be used, which was previously occupied by the river tree demon, was replaced by Jiang Shao. Ever since the river tree demon realized that it had no mouth, it was taken back by Jiang Shao. At this moment, the bait who was sitting next to Jiang Shao on the sofa was named Jiang Gong, with a sullen look on his face. He had the withering bow star map, but unfortunately, he couldn't turn it into a star weapon for the time being. On Jiang Zhao's basic techniques panel, his archery mastery was still at gold quality level 8, but Martha's combat sword had already reached gold quality level 2. Wu Haoyang sat cross-legged on the ground outside the coffee table, raised his head, and carefully sized up the two Jiang Shao. The more he looked, the more upset he felt because he could no longer tell who was who. Why is Jiang Shao frowning? It was naturally the dazzling star beads and star techniques of the Arrow Mountain clan. The Arrow Mountain tribe had a total of 5 species: black feather arrow spirit, white feather arrow spirit, poison feather arrow spirit, blue feather arrow spirit, and assault arrow spirit. 5 types of creatures and 13 offensive star techniques. However, Jianggong only had 9 star slots. One of the star slots had to be reserved for star pets no matter what. In Jiang Zhao's opinion, the sea-devouring soul was still his first choice. On the one hand, it would increase the total amount of star power in the decoy's body. On the other hand, the highly functional soul of the sea devourer would allow Jiang Gong to have the ability to fly into the sky and dive into the sea. From another perspective, it would increase Jiang Gong's star techniques and chances of survival. Moreover, the defense of the sea-devouring soul was pretty good. It should be called a blissful worry. Are there any criminals in the starry stage with 28 or 9 star slots that I could deprive of their bodies? It would be best if this star stage criminal had a Bao series star map and all his star slots were empty. That would be perfect. Jiang Shao and Jiang Gong sighed at the same time and murmured, "I really want to have a body like Home Mingming's." Wu Haoyang froze for a moment. Of course, he knew who Home Mingming was. She was a Star Warriors student who was a few years older than him and the captain of the Chinese national team in 2017. Wu Haoyang was also a contestant in the individual competition of the World Cup and had done a lot of research on Home Mingming. Although it wasn't the same batch, Home Mingming had distinct characteristics and was extremely powerful. She could represent most of the Star Warriors who were archers and was also one of the best. As long as he studied Home Mingming thoroughly, it wouldn't matter if he fought against other Star Warriors who were archers. This Jiang Shao is actually lusting after her body? Jiang Shao and Jiang Gong scratched their heads at the same time and wondered, how should I match them? Jiang Shao picked up a star bead casually, and the corresponding information appeared in his internal star map. Black feathered arrow spirit star bead, diamond quality, star techniques, black feathered bow, condenses star power and summons a black feathered bow. Platinum quality, black feathered arrow, summons 1 to 7 black star power arrows to attack the target. Has an additional explosive effect and interferes with the enemy's vision. Platinum quality, black feathered spirit, locks on the target and gives the black feathered arrow an automatic tracking effect. Platinum quality. Seems like the black feathered bow isn't the prerequisite star technique for black feathered arrow. The most important thing was the introduction of the second item, black feathered arrow. The gold quality black feathered arrow on Earth had an additional explosive effect. However, the platinum quality black feathered arrow had an additional explosive effect. How much more powerful would it be? While he was thinking about it, Blind Lady, who was wearing Jiang Zhao's sea-devouring robe, slowly floated in with a crystal dragon egg in her arms. "Are you thinking about the star technique combination?" Blind Lady asked softly. Jiang Shao knew that Han Jiangshua's nightgown was beneath the sea-devouring robe. Jiang Shao didn't have any dirty thoughts and simply wanted to take a look. However, it didn't sound nice, and he decided to forget it to avoid any misunderstandings. Jiang Shao sighed and said, "Ah, yes, the further west we go, the more difficult it will be. If nothing goes wrong, we'll be able to reach the border between Great Ming Dynasty and Northland in less than 1 or 2 days. That's where the Black Ridge fire feathers are gathered. The Black Ridge fire feathers on Earth are of platinum quality, but the Black Ridge fire feathers in this alien ball are definitely of diamond quality or even star quality." Jiang Shao then chuckled and said, "If the Black Ridge fire feathers are of the star quality, we'll have to pray for our own good. The diamond quality firestorm star technique can cover a large area. A star quality firestorm, damn it. I can't even imagine how powerful it will be." Blind Lady said, "We can summon little Chongyang back. Isn't her pet the Black Ridge fire feathers of diamond quality? It's a mutated one, too. It might have some leadership effects. Even if it can't lead the Black Ridge fire feathers, your humming whale can act as a translator and communicate with the Black Ridge fire feathers." Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Makes sense." Wu Haoyang was dumbfounded. "Huh? Who?" Jiang Shao said with a smile, "There are 2 other teams in the Star Advent organization. One of them is carrying out a mission in Ludong, while the other is in the Central Plains. They're doing the same job as us. However, their efficiency is lower than ours. I have the field tiers on our side, so it's very convenient for us to search for them. They don't have such star techniques, so they have to carry out a thorough investigation step by step. However, there are also benefits. The teams have become more cooperative. Besides, little Chongyang has learned a lot from Zhang Songfu. This iron-headed kid is finally willing to use his tiny brain to think about problems." Jiang Shao then asked, "Don't I always leave abruptly in the middle of a mission and return a few minutes later?" Wu Haoyang nodded blankly. Jiang Shao said, "I flash to the 2 lands and send all the star beasts they've gathered to my Calamity Shadow world." Blind Lady suddenly said, "It's business." Oh. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and looked down at the pile of star beads. "It's necessary to attack the Arrow Spirit. Arrow Spirit Star Bead, diamond quality, star technique. 1. Armor-piercing arrow. Summons a gray star power arrow to attack the target. Adds a certain sharpness and penetration effect. Platinum quality. 2. Repelling arrow. Summons a transparent star power arrow to attack the target. Adds a certain sharpness and repelling effect. Platinum quality. The introduction of the star technique did not change much. Jiang Shao murmured, "You guys don't have any large-scale output star techniques." To make up for the shortcomings of the 3 tails, I have to learn the White Feather Arrow Spirit's 4th star technique, White Feather Arrow Formation. Blind Lady was speechless. Throughout her life, Blind Lady had never been despised by anyone in terms of strength. However, this damn Jiang Shao had despised her for not having an explosive output more than once. She was clearly a control type and corpse type, but Jiang Shao had repeatedly despised her for not having an explosive output. Why don't I have an explosive output? It's just that her star transformation martial technique is too explosive and can easily blow up her allies. Of course, from another perspective, Jiang Zhao's words made sense too. After all, star techniques were different from star techniques. Star techniques consumed star power, but star transformation martial technique consumed star power and energy. It cannot be used as frequently as using star techniques. Besides, when activated, it would also bring about negative effects to the Star Warrior. For Jiang Shao, he could summon a flower sword and fight on the battlefield. As long as he did not summon a huge flower blade to descend from the sky, he would not fall asleep due to excessive energy consumption. However, the Blind Lady's strange and violent ink flower was different. Once she attacked, there was no such thing as mercy. Different star maps had different characteristics and effects. If it weren't for the fact that Blind Lady was extremely determined, she would probably have really absorbed the so-called explosive output under Jiang Zhao's provocation. Star techniques were good, but they had to be suitable for herself and the Star Warrior himself. The Blind Lady's view of herself was never that of an irascible output-type mage. Blind Lady calmed herself down and decided to change her position and mood. She hugged the crystal dragon egg, floated to the sofa at the side, sat down, and said softly, "Don't just focus on archery. You need agility and defense. It's fine if you're fighting against star beasts, but if you encounter a martial artist in the starry stage, you'll be dead in less than a second if you don't have any star techniques like swiftness." Jiang Shao pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. Not to mention the others, if Chui Kelly, the leader of Immortal Flower who taught in Korean, were to fight Jiang Gong one-on-one, Jiang Gong would really die 8 times in a second. This was no joke. Previously, Jiang Tu's head had exploded like a watermelon. It had exploded miserably. "Peninsula, diamond, dear star bead," Blind Lady suddenly said. Jiang Shao asked, "Huh? Why? We have a lot of star beads. I can't even count them." Blind Lady said, "Perception, swiftness, deer resistance, deer cry." Deer cry is a good star technique too. If you really can't beat it, you can beg for mercy and ask the enemy to let you go. Jiang Shao pursed his lips awkwardly and said, "I'm your captain, after all. Save me some face." Blind Lady lowered her head and gently stroked the crystal dragon egg without saying another word. Jiang Shao pursed his lips at Blind Lady and thought, "It's as if you can really hatch it." Kacha! All of a sudden, a crack appeared on the irregular polyhedral eggshell of the crystal dragon egg. Jiang Zhao's mouth opened wide in an O shape. It can't be right. There's still 20 points left. Chapter 11:17. Jiang Shao couldn't be bothered anymore. He directly connected a thread of star power to Blind Lady's body, and the two of them flashed to a snowy area. Blind Lady was still sitting in a sitting position while being carried by the sea, devouring robe. She didn't have any objections to the sudden change in scenery. Instead, she was carefully feeling the process of the crystal dragon egg shattering in her arms. What was particularly interesting was that as the eggshell shattered, the exquisite egg pieces turned into star power and fused into the body of the little guy in the egg. A few seconds later, a 70-centimeter long, slender little crystal dragon appeared in the Blind Lady's hand. As soon as little crystal dragon appeared, it stared at Blind Lady in a daze. Blind Lady was motionless too, and Jiang Shao almost thought that time and space had stopped. How magical! Did she recognize me as her master at first glance? Are you really not going to attack? Or are you already familiar with her aura, because she hugged you to sleep every day? Woo! After a while, little crystal dragon whimpered happily and wrapped itself around Blind Lady's arm. It then crawled along her arm slowly, but when it circled around Blind Lady's waist, it suddenly discovered that there was another guy beside her. Wu Jiang Shao could tell that little crystal dragon was roaring with all its might, but its voice was childish and cute. Its voice was cute, but its attack wasn't. Jiang Shao hurriedly took a step back and retreated a meter. A sugar cube fell from the sky. It smashed heavily into the snow in front of Jiang Shao. This guy is so fierce. It's attacking Jiang Shao as soon as it's born. You've probably never been poisoned by the king of toxic healers. Jiang Shao raised his hand and was about to give his blessing when he suddenly recalled the grudge he had with Han Jiangshue's star dragon. The characteristics of star dragons and crystal dragons were similar. They were both arrogant, persistent, and relentless creatures. After thinking about it, Jiang Shao placed his hand on the sugar cube that was 5 meters in front of him and said, "Don't hit me. Your mother and I are good friends. From now on, the 3 of us will live happily together, okay?" Blind Lady was dumbfounded. Of course, little crystal dragon couldn't understand Mandarin, but that didn't affect it from sensing Jiang Zhao's kindness. The little crystal dragon circled around the Blind Lady's body, lifted its small and exquisite ice sculpture, and looked at the Blind Lady. However, he realized that the Blind Lady had no intention of refuting him. Little crystal dragon whimpered and ignored Jiang Shao. The Blind Lady played with the ice crystal dragon in her hand for a while and said softly, Why is it not the position of owner and pet, but the position of mother and child? Jiang Shao said, "You'll just have to walk the path that your predecessors have given you. That way, you'll have a stronger relationship, and such an arrogant creature will be more obedient. By the way, you don't have to rush to absorb it, as a star pet research has shown that if a cub with a high IQ agrees with a star warrior, the probability of it absorbing a star pet will be greatly increased. Cultivate a good relationship with it, and make it want to become your astral pet. Everything can be discussed. Second last also has a hidden dragon, and that's how she absorbed it." Umph. The blind lady snorted with a hint of disdain in her voice. Would she give a weak creature the right to negotiate? It doesn't seem like her. Don't say that, Jiang Shao retorted. After you left, she became much more restrained. Back then, when she took a liking to me, I was also a rookie in Stardust, but she didn't force me to join the Tail Feather Brigade. The blind lady said calmly, "You're now the brigade commander of the Tail Feather Brigade." Jiang Shao said, "I rejected her several times, but she didn't kill me. Later on, I joined the Tail Feather Brigade willingly." The blind lady chuckled. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao retorted, "Just you wait. I'll tell on second last about everything you said today when I see her in the future." The blind lady was speechless. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "Are you afraid?" The blind lady gently stroked the body of the crystal dragon and remained silent for a while before saying, "She won't want to see me." Hearing this, Jiang Shao scratched his head and comforted her. "It's okay. She looks mean and tough on the outside, but she's actually very soft on the inside. When the time comes, I'll put in a good word for you. You'll accompany me to travel around and benefit China. For this sake, she won't make things difficult for you." The blind lady shook her head silently, without saying a word. There were some stains that could never be erased in one's entire life. Since she had made a choice, she had to be responsible for her actions. Jiang Shao discovered that the blind lady was in low spirits, but he didn't know how to comfort her. Hence, he had no choice but to change the topic. Let's go back and configure the star map for Jiangong." He then brought the blind lady back to the villa. In front of the coffee table, Wu Haoyang, who was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, discovered that someone had appeared. He hurriedly turned around, only to see the tiny crystal dragon in the blind lady's hand. Gulp! Wu Haoyang's Adam's apple moved. On the battlefield previously, he had seen the humming whale swimming in the rain, as well as the domineering, imprisoned dragon. At this moment, Wu Haoyang couldn't help but feel envious of the exquisitely constructed and crystal-clear crystal dragon. Jiang Shao smiled and said, "Don't be anxious. In a few days, I'll go to my dragon breeding base to see if there are any dragon eggs. If there are, I'll bring one back for you." Wu Haoyang looked at Jiang Shao dumbfoundedly and asked, "This star beast, where does it come from?" Jiang Shao plopped down on the sofa and said, "Dragon Cave. You haven't graduated yet, so it's normal that you don't know." Everyone's vision blurred, and Jiang Shao appeared quietly. He casually opened the door of the Calamity World, and a fair and tender hand that was carrying a bag reached out again. This time, Wu Haoyang knew who the woman's hand belonged to. Jiang Shao grabbed the bag and identified the types of star beads while patiently explaining the ins and outs to Wu Haoyang. Beside him, Jiang Gong also took the dog-headed walker's star beads from Jiang Shao. The dog-headed walker's star beads were the star beads that the team obtained from the 5 alliances in the East. The dog-headed walker's star beads were all gold quality creatures. Their 3-star techniques, perception, sharpness, and swiftness, had all been upgraded to silver quality. Jiang Gong pinched the star bead in his hand like he was pinching jelly beans, and the star bead in his hand turned into spots of star power that shattered and continuously surged into his body. Soon, a silver star slot lit up on Jiang Gong's star map. Jiang Gong frowned and stood up. He reached out his hand and activated his star technique, only to feel that his palm was as hard as steel. Silver quality, sharpness. Jiang Gong sighed and waved goodbye to Wu Haoyang with a smile. Bye-bye. Wu Haoyang was dumbfounded. At the next moment, Wu Haoyang felt a blur in front of his eyes, and Jiang Gong suddenly disappeared. Another decoy appeared on the sofa beside Jiang Shao. At the side, blind lady, who was playing with dragons on the sofa, frowned slightly. She gently rubbed the crystal dragon's cold horns with her fingers and asked, "What's going on?" Wu, the little crystal dragon, squinted its eyes comfortably, looking as if it had been stroked comfortably. It was clearly a hot-tempered dragon, but it ended up living like a cat. The new Jianggong picked up another star bead and said, "I only need perception and swiftness. I don't need anything else." Jianggong then lit up his star map, only to see that it was empty. Of course, blind lady couldn't see the star map, but Wu Haoyang saw everything and immediately reacted. He looked at Jiang Shao and asked, "Did you reset the bait?" Jiang Shao was still distinguishing the dog-headed walker's star beads. He lowered his head and said, "Yes, I have very few star slots to begin with. I have to make good use of them." Jiang Gong said, "I've already made up my mind." Jiang Shao continued, "My first two star techniques must absorb perception and swiftness. As long as they're not, I'll reset the bait. That way, I'll be able to confirm that the type of star technique I want is the one I want." While speaking, Jiang Shao was beaming with joy. At the side, Jiang Gong was frantically pinching jelly beans, and two silver-colored star slots lit up on his star map. Swiftness plus perception. All of a sudden, Jiang Gong felt that his body had become much lighter, and his reaction seemed to have become much faster. His five senses had also become much stronger. Jiang Gong grabbed the white-feathered arrow spirit star bead that Jiang Shao handed over and muttered, "When the star map is filled up, I'll use the Vajra Deer star bead, Vajra Tiger star bead, or Ghost Tiger star bead to exchange for the low-quality star techniques in the Dog-Headed Walker star bead." Wu Haoyang couldn't help but be secretly astonished as he watched the different-colored diamond-quality star bead disappear in Jiang Gong's hands. Lord Jiang, rich and overbearing, Jiang Shao seemed to think that he was being too high-profile. Hence, he beat around the bush and said, "There are plenty of Dog-Headed Walker star beads, so we don't have to feel the pinch. Besides, their race has already settled down in the Calamity Shadow world. As for the white-feathered arrow spirit star bead, it's especially compatible with Jiang Gong's star map. Look, with 9 stars, I can absorb 1 star technique in 5 or 6 beads on average." As he spoke, a platinum star slot lit up on Jiang Gong's star map. Jiang Gong looked like he was put in a difficult position and looked around. In the Calamity Shadow training space that was still open, Martha reached her hand out again with a hunting bow in her hand. Wu Haoyang was speechless. "Why do I feel like I'm Doraemon? Why am I giving away whatever I want?" Jiang Gong grabbed the hunting bow and shot an arrow without the need for an arrow. In the next moment, a burning white arrow appeared between his fingers that were pinching the string. Wu Haoyang's eyes lit up and he yelled, "Great!" Jiang Shao was taken aback. He turned around, only to see Wu Haoyang sizing up Jiang Gong with a scorching gaze and a look of admiration on his face. Jiang Zhao's archery skills were indeed well honed. His posture was absolutely standard, elegant, and heroic. How could a skill that could be showcased in the finals of the World Cup be street goods? As Jiang Gong loosened his fingers, the burning arrow shot out with a whoosh, forming a long line of flames that pierced the stone wall in the living room. The lines of fire in the air were still burning, providing the surroundings with illumination and a trace of warmth. They did not dissipate even after a long time. Jiang Gong threw the hunting bow on the coffee table and waved at Wu Haoyang again. Bye-bye. Wu Haoyang was stunned and couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter now?" He saw a brand new Jiang Gong sitting on the sofa. Without looking up, Jiang Gong continued to absorb the Dog-Headed Walker star bead and said, "The first 2 must be perception and swiftness. The third must be the white feather arrow spirit." The white feather arrow spirit and the black feather arrow spirit both have summoning bow star techniques. I have too few star slots, and I have to match them accurately. If I were to absorb 2 summoning bow star techniques, it would be a waste of a star slot. Fortunately, the white feather bow and the black feather bow are not prerequisite star techniques. Wu Haoyang was at a loss for words. Wu Haoyang watched as Jiang Gong absorbed perception and swiftness once more. Feeling vexed, he stood up, turned around, and left. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and watched as Wu Haoyang left. He asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Wu Haoyang answered without looking back, "To rest and recuperate." "Oh." Jiang Shao blinked and said, "The first room near the door is Jiang Shou's room. You can stay there from now on. The other rooms are already occupied." As he spoke, Jiang Shou had already flashed out of the living room and stood in the corridor. He then opened the door of his room and led the way for Wu Haoyang. As soon as Wu Haoyang saw Jiang Shou's face, he felt extremely infuriated. While others were still worrying about absorbing repetitive and useless star techniques, the toxic healer had already begun to take the initiative to avoid risks and force himself to choose the star technique he wanted. What was even more infuriating was that everyone in the world regarded star beads as treasures. However, this damn toxic healer actually ate diamond-quality star beads like jelly beans. Not only did he eat them like jelly beans, but he also, if he couldn't find a suitable one, he would even spit it out. Is this the legendary Krypton Gold Boss? Why, I'm so pissed off. Should such a person really exist in this world? Was he sent by God to deal a blow to me? Wu Haoyang was so infuriated that he refused to look at Jiang Shou. However, his body remained honest, and he asked, "Where are you going to sleep?" "I'll just sleep on the floor in the gym." "No need. No need. He's one of us. Don't stand on ceremony." Jiang Shou pushed Wu Haoyang into his room and said, "I'll sleep next to you, with Martha." "Shut up." Wu Haoyang slammed the door shut. "I can't live like this anymore. The more I listen, the angrier I get." Apex. Chapter 11:18. Is it done? Blind Lady asked softly. Jiang Gong sat on the sofa and was about to cry. He nodded repeatedly and almost cried tears of joy. "It's done. Success. If not, I'll lose the white feather arrow spirit's star bead." The corners of Blind Lady's mouth curled up and a faint smile appeared on her face. She seemed to be in a good mood ever since she followed Star Advent and conquered the level 5 below the stars. The frequency of smiles appearing on her perpetually indifferent face had increased a little. Jiang Gong, the third star technique of the 9-star Atlas, diamond white feather arrow formation. It was the only diamond quality star technique among all the star techniques of the Arrow Mountain clan. The Blind Lady crossed her legs elegantly and rested her elbows on the armrest of the sofa. She supported her face with the back of her hand and tilted her head to the side. "Then, how do we match them?" She resembled second last, so much that Jiang Shao couldn't help but feel a little dazed. If only she was here. How great would that be? "Although this mutated ball is dangerous, I should be able to protect you now." Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and quickly got rid of his messy thoughts. He said, "It's just a star technique, black feather arrow spirit. In the alien sphere, the black-feathered arrow spirit's black-feathered arrow is platinum. Compared to the gold black-feathered arrow on Earth, it has an additional explosive attribute. It is very practical." On the battlefield, Jiang Shao witnessed how a series of black-feathered arrows surrounded and bombarded the poisonous ivy flower demons, causing them to be unable to find their bearings. Blind Lady asked softly, "Don't you plan to attack the arrow spirit's dual star techniques?" You don't know the effects of my star transformation. If you did, you wouldn't have said that. Also, we've poured so much effort into this bait. I plan to let this bait stay by our side and act as an output cannon. Let Martha guard him." "Damn." Jiang Shao was startled and looked at Jiang Gong in a daze. As for Jiang Gong, as the 6th arrow spirit star bead in his hand shattered, the feeling of penetration that he had never felt before made him feel refreshed and comfortable. This star chart was truly compatible. It was probably the kind of omnidirectional, seamless fit. 2 techniques in 1 star. Blind Lady, what's wrong? Jiang Gong directly drew his bow and knocked an arrow. His movements were as smooth as flowing water pleasing to the eye. In his hand, a pitch-black feather bow was formed, and the pitch-black starlight was splashing everywhere. It was a beautiful sight to behold. There was also a black feathered arrow on the string. Black feather bow plus black feather arrow. A complete set. Jiangong was overjoyed and couldn't be bothered about anything else. He continued to work hard, maintain his state, and focus. He absorbed the star beads one after another and immediately filled in the third star technique of the black feather arrow spirit, which is the effect-type star technique, automatic tracking. What a pleasant surprise. I still have 4 empty star slots. What should I do? Jiang Shou had already returned. He once again opened the door to the Calamity Shadows training space. Jiang Gong also stretched out his hand and received a small treasure chest from Martha. There is no need to distinguish these star beads, as they were all Void Calamity Shadow star beads. Come on, don't hold back. Pay to change your fate. Next, it was a long period of time to absorb the star beads. Jiang Shao and the blind lady discussed what they should absorb next while Jiang Gong worked hard and spent money on it. The Void Calamity Shadow star bead was something that could only be used once. Although Jiang Shao had never been to the hidden area of the alien ball, he could imagine how strong the creatures there were. However, Jiang Shao had the experience of farming diamond-quality Void Calamity Shadow beads on Earth. As long as he controlled it well, there should be no problem. Thinking about it, I should be able to farm it too? Senior Heian once mentioned an interesting theory. If you don't have any spatial star techniques on Earth, you won't have any in the foreign sphere either. However, Elder He said that his target was the group of star warriors in the Starry Sky stage. Although Jiang Shao was just a minion in the Starry Sky stage, his star techniques were of high quality and the effects of each of them were very strong. There were no rules that could restrain a true powerhouse. Jiang Gong suddenly interrupted the conversation between Jiang Shao and the blind lady. Plan 1. Jiang Gong then sat on the right side of the sofa in a flash. Platinum gap of time and space. The blind lady pondered for a moment. Just now, the two of them were discussing what to do after absorbing the space-time gap and the Calamity Shadow ruins. Clearly, Jiang Gong absorbed the space-time gap first. Jiang Gong returned the small treasure chest to Martha while trembling. When he thought about the number of star beads he had just absorbed, he felt his heart bleed. The blind lady said, "Don't absorb the Calamity Shadow ruins then. Absorb the Desperado's star techniques and add defense." Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly. The Calamity Shadow ruins could also be used in different ways. In fact, its defensive effect was even stronger than that of ordinary shield-type star techniques. Regardless of the star technique, one could just open a portal and hide behind it to avoid the enemy's attack. In addition, hiding in it was also a solution. Even if the enemy was fast and chased after him, the enemy would not dare to do anything to him as long as he closed the portal. After all, if he were to die, the portal of the Calamity Shadow ruins would not be able to be opened, and the person who chased after him would be exiled to that alternate dimensional space forever. However, since Jiang Gong had absorbed the teleportation star technique first, he decided to use the diamond body of Desperado. In the future, when he encountered the leader of the Desperado, he would use the star body of Desperado. Anyway, Jiang Gong had to stay by his side all the time. With such a combination of defensive and healing star techniques, Jiang Gong should be safe. Jiang Gong once again grabbed a few small brocade pouches from Martha and asked, "What if I absorb the body of Desperado first?" The blind lady did not respond and simply flicked the little crystal dragon floating in front of her forehead. While the little crystal dragon was playing, its ice crystal-like body stuck to her forehead and gave her a frozen brain, as if it wanted to send the blind girl away. A few minutes later, Jiang Gong pursed his lips and said, "Don't think about it, Desperado bead." A platinum-colored bead appeared in his hand. Of course, he did not dare to throw it away casually. Instead, he frantically controlled the star technique to dissipate the star bead in his hand. Jiang Gong shifted his buttocks and continued to focus on absorbing the body of Desperado. Although the Desperado's 2-star techniques were also combat-type star techniques, the efficiency of Jiangong's absorption of the Desperado star technique was too low compared to the archery star technique that was extremely compatible with Jiangong. The blind lady said calmly, "Don't sigh. The stronger you are, the more star beads you will obtain in the future." Jiangong seemed to have thought of something and chuckled. "I'm afraid I'm worth more than 100 million. No, I'm worth more than 1 billion or even 10 billion, right? More than 100 million. The value of the star beads embedded in Jiangong's star map was simply immeasurable. Any one of his star techniques would be a priceless treasure. Of course, if you bring out the Silver Rapid Agility star technique, pretend that I didn't say anything. Must the last star slot be given to a star pet? Maybe you can try to absorb a purifying star technique," the blind lady suddenly said. "There's no need for that. I'm going to keep the Billion River Bow by my side and wrap him with cleansing tears at all times." Jiang Shao joked with a smile. "You've been wearing the sea-devouring soul for so long. Don't you know how good it is?" The blind lady subconsciously touched the collar of the sea-devourer robe and said, "If this type of star pet is so intelligent and obedient, you can use other bait to absorb the soul of the sea-devourer and lend it to Jiangong. That way, you can save a pair of small hands cover the blind lady's mouth tightly." At the next moment, the hood behind the blind lady fluttered and her head popped out from behind her shoulder. A cloud of mist emerged from the hood, which looked like a human face that was looking at Jiang Shao silently. Jiang Shao smiled awkwardly. Back then, Jiang Shao had the same thoughts and tried to do that too. Since the soul of the sea devourer was so intelligent and obedient, he didn't want it to occupy a slot for the black and white candle. At that time, Jiang Shao broke the heart of the soul of the sea devourer and coaxed it for a long time before the sea devourer robe was magnanimous and forgave Jiang Shao. However, the situation this time was very special. Every bait was Jiang Shao, and they were just using star pets to connect with each other. In theory, there was no such thing as a heartless person. Jiang Shao said, "Let go, be good, she's just suggesting. She doesn't have any ill intentions and didn't think too much about it." The sea devourer robe looked at Jiang Shao silently. After a while, it let go of the collar and the black mist in the hood quietly disappeared. The hood also slowly fell and was placed on the back of the blind lady. The little crystal dragon, on the other hand, had a curious look on its face as it looked at the drooping hood. It flew left and right, and finally, its beautiful crystal dragon head entered the hood, as if it was looking for the black fog just now. The blind lady asked, "What's the matter? What's the matter?" Jiang Shao pursed his lips and muttered to himself, "I accidentally became a scumbag back then. Later on, I reflected on it deeply, apologized, and turned over a new leaf. Don't mention it." Jiang Shao waved his hand. "Give one to Jiangong. Not only Jiangong, but you and Wu Haoyang have to get one too." The blind lady frowned slightly, but she didn't seem to be too resistant. The functions of the soul of the sea devourer were so outstanding that even a picky person like her was a little tempted. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "The soul of the sea devourer here should be of diamond quality or above. I won't say much about its functions. Even the platinum quality soul of the sea devourer can carry little Qiu Longfei, let alone the diamond quality soul of the sea devourer. It can provide a large amount of star power to star warriors. In addition, the quality of the soul of the sea devourer will depend on the type of defensive suit you are wearing." At this point, Jiang Zhao's expression was a little strange. In the past, Jiang Tu wore a platinum quality soul of the sea devourer, but his head was blown up like a watermelon. Under the protection of the soul of the sea devourer, the only weakness would be his face, right? Jiang Shao continued, "I know where the soul of the sea devourer is produced. Do you think we should go and catch the cubs now, or wait until we're done cleaning up Daming Province?" The blind lady thought about it and said, "Protecting yourself and improving your strength is the prerequisite. Only then can we better complete the mission. At present, it seems that the fusion of the alien ball and Earth isn't as fast as we thought. We should be prepared for a protracted battle. Jiang Shao pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, let's go and give the people of the Star Advent organization the soul of the Sea Devourer. After the Central Plains team and the Ludong team clean up the two lands, we'll give them the soul of the Sea Devourer and rearrange the team members. After all, the further west we go, the more dangerous it is." The blind lady asked softly, "How's Chui Kelly? Can we make use of her? How can it be so fast?" Jiang Shao looked upset. "Jiang too is learning a language, and it's only been a month. How can he have mastered it? Although I have some foundation, it's the language of the northern part of the peninsula. Besides, I'm not only learning the language, but I'm also imitating Chui Kelly's personality, habits, mannerisms, and way of thinking. She'll have to wait for a while if she wants to go out with her mecha." At this point, Jiang Shao had a strange expression on his face and said, "I still have to learn some Japanese." The blind lady asked, "Huh?" Jiang Shao said, "Didn't I tell you? In addition to the Immortal Flower Organization, there's also the Japanese Sakura Legion. The two teams are in a cooperative relationship and share star beads and star techniques. That's why Chui Kelly has a top-notch neon star technique." Jiang Shao had indeed mentioned this Sakura Legion to the blind lady, but at that time, the blind lady's attention was drawn to another topic. The blind lady frowned slightly and said, "Sakura?" Jiang Shao organized his words and said, "It's made up of soldiers. According to Chui Kelly, they do the same job as us. That's also one of the reasons why I didn't go to find trouble with the Immortal Flower Organization after I received the information. The Sakura Legion is very strong." The blind lady asked in bewilderment, "Sakura, are you willing to cooperate with the Immortal Flower Organization?" After all, one side was made up of soldiers, while the other side was made up of prisoners. Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "It's normal. Both sides cooperate and make use of each other. After all, the neon soldiers only have one purpose: to complete the mission." The blind lady said, "Maybe it won't be that simple." Jiang Shao said, "I don't have time to care about the frost on other people's roofs now. Let's clear the snow in front of our own door first." The blind lady remained silent for a while before saying, "If it weren't for the mission, would you have already charged into the Immortal Flower Organization's lair?" Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "It's only a matter of time. The leader of the Immortal Flower Organization, Chui Kelly, is in our hands. Once I'm done learning, we'll go big." Once Chui Kelly's body leaves the Calamity Shadow World, the precious island dog on the peninsula will be able to smell the aura of Chui Kelly's star map. Of course, the blind lady knew that the precious island dog that Jiang Shao mentioned was a star warrior. She nodded gently and said, "Learn well. I'm looking forward to that day." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "Okay, blind teacher, stop urging me. You don't know how much pain I'm in. The language of the South Peninsula, including her voice, is so soft. I'm a 7-foot-tall man, but I'm about to become a sissy." The blind lady was not interested in Jiang Zhao's complaints at all. She ignored Jiang Shao and stood up, carrying the dragon in her hand. She floated towards the door and said, "I'm tired." Jiang Shao looked at the door with an aggrieved expression and said in a soft and gentle voice, "Nu na, and I de canny?" The blind lady's body stiffened slightly. The sissy's voice made her scalp go numb. She subconsciously condensed a soul whip in her right hand that was hanging down naturally. Please support the Little Toxic Healer with monthly votes that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.